morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here for the second in our symposium series. This has been a little while in the making, but I'm so glad that we've been able to get together such a wonderful group of speakers for you all this afternoon. It's not even the afternoon, it's morning. For all of you for being here. So for those of you who I don't know, which is quite a lot of you, I think, this morning, my name is Emma Rose. I'm a faculty member in the Department of Psychology at Penn State, where I direct the Research on Adversity and Risk, or ROAR lab. And for those of you who are Penn State familiar, you'll know how awesome an acronym that was for me to come up with. I have worked with Dr. Denny Fishbein for a long time now, about 10 years, I think, Denny. Our most recent collaboration was on the Programme for Translational Research on Adversity and Neurodevelopment at Penn State, which is where a lot of the foundational ideas for today's meeting came from. So I'm going to just quickly pull up my notes. So really the basic idea behind this symposium series, and again, for those of you who attended the last set of talks, we'd kind of split it up over the summer. This time we decided to do all of the talks in one session. And for those who are interested, those recordings are also available. But really, due to quite an acute awareness that despite a huge amount of time and money and effort for those involved in substance use research in terms of trying to understand the precursors and the consequences of substance use disorders, we've had a really difficult time translating that basic science into meaningful practice, changes that result in more effective interventions to help treat and prevent substance use. And so one of the things that Dr. Fishbein, or Denny, for those of you who know her, has really spearheaded, and one of the things that I've worked with her in PTRAN and in our current situations at UNC and at Penn State, has been trying to facilitate conversations between the biomedical and neuroscience researchers and those in the prevention science community, as well as other partners. So clinicians, community partners, policymakers, educators, all of these other folks who are really interested in these questions of how do we better improve outcomes and reduce substance use risk in young people who are highly vulnerable. And so the aim of this symposium series has really been to start to stimulate these conversations, to provide a platform for those in these kind of often quite disconnected communities to come together and to focus on how we really do this translational piece more effectively. And as evidenced by looking over the registration for today, I think we are well on our way there. And so we have folks from a number of different backgrounds, and as I said, from all over the country and even from other parts of the world attending today. So I think we're on our way to recognising this primary goal of the symposium. We have, I think, a really wonderful selection of speakers today, not including myself, so modestly. But each of these folks are going to speak to us. I'll give you their talk titles and the order of talks in just a second, but we have Dr. Diana Fishbein, who is both at Penn State and at UNC Chapel Hill, and is the director of the National Prevention Science Coalition to Improve Lives. We have Dr. Nathaniel Riggs from Colorado State, Dr. Ty Ridner from RTI International, Dr. Ahmed Ikhtari from the University of Minnesota, Dr. Judy Cameron from University of Pittsburgh, and our most recent addition, so some of you might have missed that Dr. Volpito was going to talk with us, but Dr. Donna Volpito from the Mental Health Literary Collaborative. So I want to acknowledge everybody for all of their time and their effort and their patience. Again, it has taken us quite some time to get to this place where we were able to host the meeting. So I do really genuinely appreciate everything that everybody has done. Some acknowledgements to my current home, which is Department of Psychology and the College of Liberal Arts, the Child Studies Centre, also to the College of Health and Human Development, where Denny and I housed PTRAN. And also a huge thank you to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, who provided the funding for the symposium series. I will give you guys the order of things. So shortly, I'm going to introduce Dr. Fishbein, or Denny, more officially. And then we'll have Dr. Ty Ridner at 10, Dr. Ikhtari at 11, Dr. Volpito will speak to us at noon, and then we'll take a short break for lunch from 12:45 to 1:30, and then we'll come back with Dr. Riggs and Dr. Cameron in the afternoon, and then a few closing remarks. Before I hand over to Denny, just a couple of brief housekeeping issues, I guess. One, as has already been asked, we are recording the sessions, and we'll make those available to everybody afterwards. For those who are members of the APA, we do have availability for APA continuing education credits. If you want to ask any questions about, please let me know. If you have questions as folks are speaking, please put them in the Q&A, not in the chat. I will be paying attention to the Q&A as we proceed this morning. And I think that is everything I have. I am going to turn over the floor to Dr. Fishbein. I feel funny calling you Dr. Fishbein, Denny, because we've been friends for so long. But
don't call me Danny. Everybody calls me Danny.
She's a senior scientist and director of the Translational Neuroprevention Research Center at the FPG Child Development Institute at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. That's a mouthful. She is also part-time senior research faculty at Penn State University. She has more than 40 years of research, believe it or not, in substance use disorders. She has been continuously and generously supported by the National Institutes of Health and a number of other agencies and foundations. She has done a huge amount of work in helping to determine the impacts of adverse conditions on brain development and behavioural mental health in children and adolescents, and has really been a leader in terms of applying this mechanistic information to our understanding of how to better disrupt pathways to substance use disorders. She is also, very importantly, the founder and director of the National Prevention Science Coalition to Improve Lives, which, if you're not already familiar, is a professional organisation that transfers knowledge from science to public health policies. And she also recently, because she doesn't have enough on her plate, has also recently formed a consortium to advance prevention solutions to the opioid crisis, or CAPSOC, which is really helping to inform national strategies to prevent substance use disorders. Denny, over to you.
Thank you, Emma, Dr. Emma Jane Rose. I'll be very formal with you. Thank you, Emma, so much. And thanks, everybody, for getting ready to spend your day with us. I also want to ditto what Emma said about thanking NIDA for supporting this conference series. We're really excited about our agenda today because we think it's, potentially impactful. This line of research could be, neuroscience and prevention science have been kind of evolving in parallel universes and not really intersecting until lately. And, there's a lot of knowledge being generated in neuroscience that is inherently actionable if we can integrate the technologies used in neuroscience and their findings to date into prevention research. So there's a reason to think that doing this will enable us to understand the mediators and moderators of intervention effects with greater precision and greater predictability. First, there's indisputable evidence that environmental and contextual factors act at the level of brain and may influence outcomes for better or worse, general outcomes, pathways to different endpoints, including substance use disorder, And second, findings from neuroscience suggest that there are underlying mechanisms in response to well-targeted intervention components that involve the brain and that importantly are malleable. And in light of all of this evidence and the background that Emma and I share in neuroscience and prevention, we developed at first a center at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and then recreated it and elaborated on it at Penn State on translational neuroprevention. And then, I've continued to do this work at UNC in a program. You talk about acronyms, Emma. I came up, I'm the acronym wizard, and so this actually fits. Fostering research on neuroprevention translation via infrastructure, education, and relationships, the Frontier program at the Frank Porter Graham Child Development Institute at UNC, again, to advance this neuroprevention agenda. So, what's important? What do we know now? Okay, we'll start with that. And I'll do this quickly because obviously this is not like the body of knowledge from prevention science in 7 bullets, but relevant to the talks today. Just wanted to point out what we've learned so far in prevention research. And very quickly, I'll go through this. We know now that problems underlying high-risk behaviors, psychopathology, mental health problems, substance use, etc., all involve poor self-regulation. And we know that poor self-regulation is supported by neural systems that have been actually very well delineated over the years. We also know, number two, that adversity, stress, and trauma, which I need to point out are often rooted in structural, systemic, and contextual factors. That's how they bubble up. They impact self-regulation in the developing child and adolescents by affecting these underlying neural substrates. Number three, external conditions that give rise to risk for substance use disorder and other negative effects on individuals are preventable if they are appropriately targeted. Number four, a whole array of evidence-based programs have been developed from the prenatal period through adolescence and emerging adulthood. And I'll say more about that in just a sec. Number five, programs work best when they target traits and environments that underlie substance use disorder at all levels, which means we need a comprehensive, holistic model and approach to affecting the environments in which children and adolescents grow up. So we need to make sure that we're addressing individual factors, family, school, community, and social systems, all that, are part of the individual's ecology. And so comprehensive interventions are very much needed. We also know that good interventions are particularly impactful in areas of concentrated disadvantage and health disparities, areas with poverty, areas with structural racism, and other forms of discrimination, and that potentially can be very impactful in these areas, particularly if we address the externalizing conditions, not just individual level. And we know the earlier we intervene, the better, preferably at the policy level where we're really affecting whole populations, but also at conception to make sure, we are adequately funding maternal health and well-being, and that we're taking care of children through infancy and early childhood so that we can foster healthy child trajectories, developmental trajectories, and on into adulthood. But I'll say it's never too late. The adolescent period is incredibly malleable. There's dynamic transformation in the brain going on and in their environments. And so intervention, even through adolescence, which neurobiologically lasts until you're in your at least mid-20s. Sorry for you young people. But, that we can intervene and we can still change trajectories even later in adolescence. So this is a figure from the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine from 2019 report. And it shows that all these activities of prevention scientists that have led to the body of knowledge that I just talked about and much more have led to this generation of a really strong evidence base for developmentally oriented or developmentally informed interventions and policies. And so this is all about, and these are genres of programs, they're not specific programs. And as you go down, you see them getting broader and broader until we get community-based and policy-based interventions that have population-level effects. So that's where we are with respect to what we do know. But what about what we don't know? There are, for even the best interventions, only small to modest effect sizes. Okay, even those that are considered to be evidence-based, the model programs put out there, they're great. They do affect individuals, as you can see in this picture. There are favorable responders, but there are a lot of poor responders or people that, recipients that don't respond well or don't change or actually have an iatrogenic effect. Basically, there's a lot of subtypes here. There's a lot of heterogeneity. And if we can apply what we know about the etiology of risk behavior to intervention research models, I think that we can do two things. We can begin to understand and identify characteristics of favorable responders to standard interventions, because we really just have not even done that yet. We don't even know why some people respond well. We have some idea, everybody collects that, certain amount of information on moderators that involve both the individual and their environment and their experiential conditions. But we really haven't, gotten that comprehensive model that really includes, brain and environment together to fully understand why and be able to predict why some respond well to standard interventions. And so that's part of the agenda here. We also importantly want to understand the heterogeneity of responsivity. And so that's why I have these subtypes under poor responders. They're not all alike. We have to understand how they look different and how they might differentially respond to environment in general and intervention specifically. So it's important to begin to flesh out what those mechanisms of effects are. So number 2 on this agenda is to focus on these malleable mechanisms that explain intervention outcomes. And I really emphasize malleable here because we don't want to just look, Emma and I don't want, and hopefully some of the others in the field don't want to just look at statistical mediation, because you can have statistical mediators in there that are immutable, that don't change with intervention. If we want to really make a difference with our interventions, we want to see what is changing in favorable responders and what might not be changing in unfavorable responders, right? And so can interventions alter these processes? The ultimate question for us is what works best for whom, why, and under what circumstances. That I've been talking about for 25 years since the NIDA task force that I participated on. The what is the program, the whom is the moderators, the why are the mediators, the mechanisms, and under what circumstances has to do with the experiential and contextual influences that go on that can't be controlled, but also has to do with the way in which an is implemented. What is the quality of that implementation? Is there fidelity? How well is it being delivered, etc.? So there are, these prospective longitudinal studies that are ongoing now, such as ABCD, and then those that my team and others have led that don't involve intervention, but they're important because they identify the precursors and the drivers and the consequences of substance use disorder. And that information can then be applied to mapping intervention components to the conditions that are, that are likely to benefit a greater number of program recipients. And then, we'll have an improvement in our effect sizes. So the relevance of neuroscience in the field, so just talking about the field, the science, findings from neuroscience, as I said earlier, have been influencing the direction of prevention research in recent years. Even when it's not like fully incorporated into actual intervention models, they're being considered and beginning to be integrated into our models. Because clearly, the brain responds to the brain responds to environmental factors, and that's relevant to our understanding of conditions that predict these developmental pathways. So as you see here, I have, the brain is plastic. Instead of the better and the worse, I'm going to go to the worse first, and that we know what the negative influences of adversities are on the brain and subsequent behavioral health and well-being. And then for the better, we know that this research has revealed that the neural systems that support healthy attachment and relationships and the socialization of children and adolescents, their ability to learn adaptively, and their self-regulatory processes. It also, and this is my favorite part, why I have this picture here, is that this research emphasizes the importance of nurturing caregivers and environments on brain development. And many of our interventions focus on fostering this, the nurturing caregiving and nurturing environments. And so understanding that from a brain approach helps us to better grasp what's working for whom and why and so forth. Now, going from the science to the practice, with respect to the practice of prevention, there's potential to build a more comprehensive model of practice by incorporating the technologies and findings from neuroscience. It has implications for preventing problems and promoting all kinds of good outcomes. It has implications for identifying external conditions that are conducive to the problems that we want to prevent. And I want to make note here of mitigation versus primordial prevention, whereas a lot of our interventions focus on reducing the impact of negative exposures and experiences on individuals after they have occurred. Whereas primordial, sorry, my dog wants to look out the window. Primordial is really even broader than primary prevention. Primordial is when we have whole policies and systems change that gets at the very root of the factors that are leading to the adversities in the first place, the structural and the systemic factors. So I think that's really important, and neuroscience is helping in that regard. And NIH has some really intriguing RFAs out now, looking like at structural racism and the impacts on neurobiological substrates. And that can help us to better understand where and how to intervene in these system level processes. With respect to the practice, it also suggests that well-timed evidence-based strategies can enhance neural maturation, the way the brain grows, and because of that, may have an enduring impact at critical points during development. So I'm looking at the time. I'm going to race through this. So I'm just going to say that these are pictures pre-post treatment in two different populations. The first one with spider phobias that get CBT, and you see how these adults can benefit neurobiologically from treatment with CBT, with a reduction in activation of the parahippocampal gyrus pre-post treatment, looking at spider images in a scanner. On the right, we have people who have gone through a meditation program, and you can see the amygdala shrink in activation, the level of activation in response to very emotional, horrible looking pictures of, while they're in the scanner. And so, listen, if adults can change, if the adult brains can change, you can just imagine the extent to which child neurodevelopmental trajectories can change. And so there are a number of etiological considerations in SUD prevention programs that I'm not going to go into because I don't have time, but I am very happy to share my slides. And then just to bring to mind this heuristic model from Chloe Jordan and Sue Anderson, showing sensitive periods of ongoing neurodevelopment when traits are expressed even in the absence of drug taking. And I would implore you, because I don't have time to go into it, to see this paper from 2016 in terms of what systems we believe are involved in the development of SUD. And this is important because it does point to sensitive periods of development where we have windows of opportunity to intervene. And then many of you will be familiar with Gene Brody's work and his colleagues in a post-test only design, I emphasize, so we can't take the interpretations too far, but he did see they did find increases in self-regulation and an improvement in externalizing behavior that was mediated through brain connectivity, in particular through the dentate gyrus and the ventromedial prefrontal cortex. Very important study. We did this sort of study. It wasn't brain. We looked at neurocognitive functioning and stress physiology, and we broke down positive alternative thinking strategies developed by Mark Greenberg and Celine Dimitrovich. And we just, looked at a variety of functions by breaking down what we believe PATHS acts on, what has been shown to act on, and then chose specific dimensions of these functions, vertical control and stress physiology, to see if it would impact these outcomes. And interestingly, and this is our model. The first part is moderation. The second part is mediation. We'll go into detail about that. But our results didn't find support for the original hypotheses. What we found instead was that all children benefited significantly, irrespective of their baseline functioning. And we believe it's because these children were very high poverty in Baltimore City and very pervasively exposed to trauma, and that while they were in a nurturing SEL program, they all absorbed it, they all soaked it up and positively benefited. And we had tremendous effect sizes. Very strong effect sizes, almost unprecedented, because we were so good with our implementation. But notably, there was some evidence that stress physiology at baseline moderated the post-intervention to follow-up 6 months later track, where you have some kids that are continuing to do well and some that not so well and show decay after the intervention ends. So it's interesting that stress physiology may have an impact on that from baseline all the way to that point. Better stress physiology predicted better outcomes overall. So I'm not going to go into the rest. I wanted to talk about mindfulness, which it shows tremendous effects on the brain, and needs to be done more in children. I'm almost done, Emma. And then we had key questions having to do with the PACS Good Behavior game, because it is so tremendously effective. And we want to know why some do really well and some don't. And so we broke down the intervention in a way that we'd be able to see neuroplastic changes that lead to the changes that could be observed in clinical and developmental processes. And this is something that we have proposed to do and still need to do it in case anybody's interested. So, so we see a significant amount of neuroplasticity in early development creates a malleable window of opportunity by which CBT might exert a positive impact. And I don't have time to do my most important slide, but again, I will provide these for anybody that's interested. And I'm sorry for talking so fast. So I'm going to stop my share. And I'm going to introduce Ty Ridenauer. He's my very, very good friend, which is most important. And he's also a developmental behavioral epidemiologist at RTI International. His NIH-funded research supports 2 lines of research. The first has been to develop evidence-based tools and strategies for translating findings from etiology research on SUD into sustainable, selective, indicated prevention services. And second, he has advanced methods for conducting rigorous idiographic clinical trials to elucidate within-person responses to treatment, understand mechanisms leading to individual differences in treatment response, improve comparative effectiveness research, and enhance the rigor of clinical trials where traditional RCTs are not feasible or inappropriate. And he's also currently the PI for NIH's Helping End Addiction Long-Term, the HEAL Prevention Coordinating Center. That was a mouthful. Ty, take it away.
Thank you, Denny. Good morning, or good day, everyone, morning or afternoon, or whatever time you are in at this point. It's a pleasure to be contributing to this, and I'm really looking forward to the other talks later today, too, for my own learning's sake. This is such an important presentation and timely, so much appreciated. Thank you for the opportunity to present what is a more of a meta theory approach, and then boiling that down to specific intervention, and may help serve as a model to bridge between neuroscience and preventive intervention. Let me share my screen here, and we will get off and running. Okay. Here we go. Got the dog wanting to speak too. Sorry about that. So we've got the work that I'll present has been evolving for about 25 years and would not be possible without support from the National Institutes of Health, of course, NIDA specifically. And early work by was funded by the Penn State Children, Youth, and Families Consortium, as well as the Stoughton Funk Foundation. So I want to especially recognize them. Importantly, inputs from several dozen colleagues, including folks here on this presentation panel, are too numerous to mention, unfortunately, by name, but have been essential to the research that I'll be presenting. So I want to acknowledge their contributions. We'll begin with a very succinct high-level description of the liability threshold model. The implications for this model for developing selective and indicated prevention strategies will then be described. Then progress in developing tools to support prevention programming that is founded on this liability threshold model will be described in terms of clinically oriented measurement strategy, and then in the form of a clinical trial to test the screening and prevention program that begins during well-child checkups. The ways in which neuroscience underlies this approach and can inform selective indicated prevention will be highlighted, and the presentation will finish with ongoing research and future steps that can be taken to directly link neuroscience to selective and indicated prevention strategies. So the basic premise of the liability threshold model resembles the stress diathesis model or vulnerability exposure model. And the overall liability to substance use disorders an aggregate of individuals' various and sundry risk and resilience factors at a particular time point. Because so many factors impinge on substance use disorder liability, as Denny was alluding to earlier, its distribution over the population is Gaussian or normal in shape. Once the aggregate level of liability then surpasses a specific level, which is illustrated here with the red threshold, an individual then experiences substance use disorder. So with this type of a model, conceptually, and the normal distribution, where that threshold is located, it can be approximated by the prevalence of substance use disorder in the population. And therefore, this model frequently serves as an underlying distributional model for sampling schemes, statistical analyses, power analyses, and interpretation of results, which are interpreted in light of how well the research participants represent a population or a segment of this distribution. This model isn't limited to single thresholds that define a pathology or diagnosis either. The substance use etiology literature includes other milestones in the developmental progression towards disorder, including initiating substance use, regular use of a substance, or experiencing problems that stem from substance use that may represent other milestones toward substance use disorder. So importantly, these literatures are often siloed, but can be unified within this type of developmental and overall meta theory of substance use disorder etiology. Longitudinal developmental research typically assumes the same thresholds across time or age, which permits testing and estimation of how specific factors contribute to changes in this overall liability, both alone and in combination with other factors. Substance use is a complex behavior with myriad risk and resiliency factors ranging from genotypes to neuropsychology deficits and to family environments and government policies. So many of these factors ebb and flow over time and interact to change an individual's overall liability. Taking this model and extrapolating it to an ontogenesis model, in other words, a model of individual development over time towards substance use disorder, has been delineated nicely by Tartar and colleagues 1994 and Michael Vanyakov and colleagues 2012, excuse me. It's visually depicted here for a hypothetical individual, Ronald, according to the ontogenesis model. A person's liability over time is represented with the red curvilinear trajectory starting at time 0, or baseline of a study it could represent. At time 0, there are certain risk factors that are represented here by yellow arrows, which impel Ronald's overall liability to increase going forward in his development. The overall force at time 0 that influences Ronald's liability is represented by the red arrow, and is composed of the various and risk and resilience factors in aggregate that are in play at time 0. Then in contrast, at time 1, there's a prominent resilience factor that comes into play. This could be a prevention program, it could be increased attachment to an adult in the environment, and so on. Because of that introduction of the resiliency factor shown by the yellow arrow pointing toward lower liability, when it's aggregated with the other smaller risk factor influences, the overall change is toward less liability or protection against substance use disorder. So the objectives of prevention strategy are to reduce specific risk factors as well as to increase the resiliency factors, and in turn pull or reduce overall liability to substance use disorder, to pull it in a lesser amount. So this begs the question, why are prevention program impacts so consistently small or perhaps medium in their effect sizes? And as Denny alluded to earlier, at least part of the reason is that prevention programs typically target a few select factors from among the voluminous number of factors that contribute in complex ways to substance use disorder liability. This list is a robust phenotype correlates and predictors of substance use and substance use disorder that was compiled about 25 years ago, that was based only on youth self-report literature. It does not include the genotypes, neuropsychological deficits, or abilities, or policies that were also known to impact substance use disorder. Not only does the prototypical prevention program target relatively few factors, but they are most commonly delivered in a manualized way to all recipients, regardless of the recipient's individual profiles of these risk and resiliency factors, or the salience of those specific factors that an individual experiences. The liability threshold model then implies that for prevention to be impactful, it must address the particular factors that are most relevant to changing the individual's liability. The implied tailoring then of prevention requires individual assessments of the profile of these risk and resiliency factors, and then provision of the intervention that aligns with that individual's profile. All of this said, many of these phenotypes are associated with particular genotypes as well as neurocognitive functioning. And there may be a few key characteristics, as Denny alluded to earlier with self-regulation, that are common to more youths and may have more impactful outcomes as a result. Two of the more powerful prevention programs in terms of replicated efficacy both explicitly target underlying cognitive processes. The Coping Power program developed by John Lockman and his team includes steps to help children with aggression to correct distorted cognitive appraisals of problematic social situations, to develop more accurate appraisal of others' motivations, and then to enhance their problem skills to resolve difficult social situations. Coping Power is thus specifically designed for children who exhibit aggression, in other words, a specific type of phenotyping or presentation of risk factors. I won't go into detail on the promoting alternative thinking strategies or paths, because Denny's already done this to some degree. It was developed by Mark Greenberg and his colleagues, as well as Nate, who is here and will be presenting later today, Nate Riggs. Is a universal program that is designed to teach children to control impulsive thoughts and behaviors using skills that are supported by prefrontal cortex regions, as well as self-talk, which calls additional regions of the brain to promote accurate appraisal and processing of emotions. So as I mentioned, a practical reason for that prevention programs typically don't take a tailored approach is the tremendous effort that is required to comprehensively assess individuals, quantify each risk and resiliency factor, score them in a standardized way for profiling, and then to deliver the particular intervention or interventions that align with the individual's profile. The signs of our times, however, suggest that this effort is needed. Misusing opioids and stimulants such as cocaine or methamphetamine, use of fentanyl and its derivatives, fentanyl lacing, and resultant overdoses and deaths have grown exponentially over the last 10 years in the US and other places in the world. These trends continue despite large investments to expand drug treatment, recovery, and overdose prevention. And in recent years, adolescents, and especially minoritized adolescents, are disproportionately experiencing the overdose. One particular substance use threshold that can be useful in prevention is substance use during early adolescence, which then portends substance use disorder and use of substances that are associated with overdose. So as clinically significant thresholds go, substance use in early adolescence is highly prevalent. To illustrate, in 2022, lifetime prevalence in 8th graders for alcohol use was 23.1%, For marijuana use, it was 11.0%, and for use of illegal drugs other than marijuana, it was 9.3%, according to the Monitoring the Future survey. So to pursue this prevention strategy that is founded on the liability threshold model, 4 measurement elements are required. We need to be able to measure at least all of the important risk and resilience factors that come into play in our prevention strategy. We need to be able to aggregate those factors to quantify level of risk. Then we need to be able to predict future liabilities so that we can identify those most in need of intervention and concentrate our efforts to those who will benefit from them, and be able to craft these measurement tools in a way that they can be used in practice and not just for the purpose of science. If assessing liability is not complex enough, the assessment strategy also has to account for cognitive abilities of older children and young adolescents if we're going to try to prevent early substance use initiation. And why we need those self-reports is that they are often the best reporters of the many strongest risk factors at this age. And so we need to account for low reading ability or even illiteracy. We need to be able to communicate clearly abstract concepts that come from our research literatures and be able to get accurate information back from the youths who are reporting on them. We need to be able to ask sensitive questions and be able to not have our kids plead the fifth on these. We need to be able to earn their trust and be able to get good information. And we need to, for this lengthy of an assessment and this much data collection, we need to sustain their interest in the test questions, sustain their attention, and then do all of this within practical time limits. For example, if we're going to do assessments in schools, we have maybe 30 minutes to be able to collect these data. And so to do this, at least our team has taken the strategy of developing computerized assessments using an illustrated audio computer-assisted self-interview format. This format helps kids to be able to complete the assessment even if they have reading difficulties or illiteracy. We found that computerized assessments help to elicit feelings of confidentiality and trust in the assessment that a paper and pencil test typically does not bring out in them. And we found that the illustrations and the main characters, here you can see Alex, help to sustain the attention and interest of the kids over lengthy periods of time to complete the assessments. So the way this would go is illustrated here with a question from the thrill-seeking subscale. And the computer would ask the question, would you like to jump from a plane with a parachute someday? Response options consist of no way. And on the computerized version here, Alex, the protagonist, is shaking his head no, probably not, probably would, and yes, definitely, in which Alex is nodding his head. And then there are 3 options: replay, don't know, and refuse. So using this scale, we've been able to collect large amounts of data in a range of settings, where they're clinical, school-based, research-based, and get pretty decent psychometrics out of them. Here are the 1.5 test retest, I'm sorry, 1.5 week test retest reliability estimates for the original set of risk and resiliency subscales, as well as their domains of risk that were established using exploratory factor analysis. So these measures range from sensation seeking, disinhibition, which is a very important critical risk factor that a number of interventions target, including coping power and paths. Self-management would be the skills that are learned to manage disinhibition and be able to minimize risks and accidents and so forth that could come out of disinhibition. Protection from the school environment and children's buying into and bonding with the school staff and the school atmosphere, the people there. The perceptions of risky behaviors, which are targets of other interventions that are more individually targeted, more individually delivered, rather. Family factors, parent fortification, as well as family risk factors in the form of family discord. Social contagion, what kind of behaviors are their friends doing, as well as social support are important risk and resiliency factors, and then the neighborhood risks. And then there are certain clinical subscales related specifically to alcohol and tobacco use, but depression and conduct disorder behaviors as well. This was developed, or these data were from 2002, but this list of measures has since doubled to meet the needs of individual programs or program evaluations and research studies. So we're able to measure each of the risk factors, and these are continually evolving, such as sleep has been an important factor that in the last few years has been highlighted more and more. So we've also built into this flexibility to expand it as needed. Predicting future liability is quite the challenge. We got no clear direction in how to aggregate all of these risk factors into a single score. This result is consistent with the complex and diverse trajectories that can lead to substance use disorder. So to be able to identify youths at need for prevention because they are at high risk for substance use related problems, a screening tool is needed. So the strategy we took was to, in a longitudinal data set of youths aged 8 to 13 who participate in a study of chronic stress, were to identify the specific individual items out of all of those risk factor measures which predict substance use or having 2 or more conduct disorder behaviors up to 1 year later. And we aggregated those items into an index using the 23 items with the best predictive accuracy. Most of those items came from anger coping, friends conduct disorder behaviors, and distractibility, but there were others that came from these other important risk factors, including family conflict, perceived safety of drugs, impulsivity, violence exposure. And so it's a combination of individual characteristics as well as environmental risk factors. That resultant youth risk index has demonstrated strong screening, predictive accuracy, and psychometrics across samples of early adolescents and older children that experience chronic stress, are in later elementary school or middle school grades, who are attending well-child visits, or who provided data for standardization scores for the Alexa assessment system. The youth risk index scores predict a range of risky behaviors before high school, including various substance use initiation forms, conduct disorder behaviors, and sexual intercourse debut before age 14. The youth risk index also captures risk associated with underlying neurophysiological functioning. In a recent study that was led by Jessica Cohen found that children with ADHD have greater network integration between frontal parietal cognitive control and the default task functioning networks compared to children who are typically developing. And this increased integration is related to poor response inhibition. When assessing transitions across different functional connectivity patterns or brain states, children with ADHD tend to get stuck in this hyperconnected state as compared to typically developing children. Within this study, the youth risk index scores also correlated with resting state activation of the medial frontal gyrus and resting state connectivity strength of the frontal parietal network connectivity, which, as folks who are familiar with this literature, are associated with self-regulation or poor self-regulation and other types of factors that are commonly targeted by prevention programs, especially those delivered to the individual. Similar associations were also found with measures of trait anxiety, including their associated neural regions of interest and network-network interactions. And so the same screening, not surprisingly, may also be helpful for identifying those who are at risk for pathologies related to ADHD or internalizing symptoms. And in this way, they can be linked to services provided within the healthcare system and perhaps providing a venue whereby prevention can also be delivered as part of mental health services provision. And so we took the approach, having developed the tools to measure the factors that contribute to overall liability and detect young adolescents at high risk for initiating substance use before high school, to develop a screening protocol coupled with a tailorable prevention program. There are multiple developmental and policy-related reasons to implement screening at 10 and 13, especially if we're going to do this within the healthcare system. Initiation before high school, as mentioned slightly earlier, it portends greater risk for substance use disorder of related or stemming from various substances. Once children or once youths enter high school, their access to substances increases, their autonomy increases with the free time and the decision-making that they're given, and yet their executive functioning is not well developed as compared to other regions of the brain that do impel engaging in risky behaviors. Well-child visit compliance drops by a third after age 13 and continues to wane after age 13. But yet the American Academy of Pediatrics policy has directed pediatricians to engage in this kind of screening and prevention for over 30 years. And there's potential within healthcare policy to provide economic sustainability for prevention. For example, the CMS coverage includes the following statement: coverage for mental health and substance use services should include counseling and therapy to eliminate psychological barriers that would impede development of community living skills. There are various aspects of Obamacare also provide potential supports for this type of approach. So this is the basic flow of screening that would take place within a well-child visit, with a mind toward minimal imposition on the patient flow, which is of utmost concern to well-child visit care. So a nurse would call a patient from a waiting room, takes the vitals. While the child and the parent are in the waiting room, a nurse or behavioral specialist gives a tablet to conduct the screening and describes these tools as measuring patient risk for unsafe behaviors, including not using a bike helmet, smoking, fighting. So we don't shy away from the kinds of behaviors that we are interested or emphasizing, but adding others to this that are not so stigmatizing. Those responses are immediately recorded, scored, and interpreted right there with the parent and the child while they're in the exam room and giving them confidentiality and privacy. Those not at-risk patients then are finished. There's no further steps taken, whereas the at-risk patient is referred for prevention. Those results can also be provided to the physician, who may choose to address the screening results within their limited amount of time that they have with the patient and parent during the well-child screening visit. In our particular intervention approach, the behavioral specialist who conducted the screening, provided feedback, and referred for prevention was the same person that delivered that prevention. And so this is even a step more in the direction above and beyond a warm handoff, where they are with their counselor right from the beginning. That tends to reduce drop-off from the screening point to receiving and engaging in the intervention. So it's just an important element in the strategy that often doesn't get highlighted or is not included in typical screening referral to treatment. Excuse me. The family checkup prevention program was what we coupled this screening protocol with, because it offers a number of strengths that align with the liability threshold model. The initial session consists of combining the first two traditional sessions that are shown here by building rapport and conducting comprehensive assessment of the child and family risk and resiliency factors. A motivational interview and communication style is used throughout the program to both put the onus of the prevention and the ownership of the prevention and encouragement into the family's hands, the parents' hands. The second session then focuses on providing the assessment results to parents using a strengths-based emphasis. While reviewing the profile of risk and resiliency factors with the parents, they are encouraged to select one or more specific risk factors to address in the subsequent prevention programming intervention. And so they decide, they take the direction on where this intervention will go. The family checkup counselors are trained to provide parent management training if this is the option that parents choose to pursue, as well as to assist parents in accessing other services such as child psychotherapy or community treatment resources, should that be what they opt for. In this study was a randomized controlled study. Here's the consort diagram. I'm not going to go into detail on this. outline of the flow of the patients from initial contact through to participation. But an important result that does not get highlighted in these types of diagrams that I do want to point out is that parents of the youths who scored in the high-risk range, who were also offered the family checkup, 93.5% of them engaged in the program. Nearly all of them completed the family checkup. And then 45% of those took additional steps to address risk and resiliency factors that they considered critical to their child's liability. This was in a low resource area in which recruitment occurred and with mostly minority populations, primarily African Americans. And so we felt as if we were able to meet the needs and garner the interest and investment of those families and youths who had high potential to benefit from the program. The study occurred in the Pittsburgh region, and the recruitment happened from 2014 to 2018 with a 12-month follow-up completed in 2019. Let's see, one of the important findings was exactly what I hinted at, is that the youths and the parents both rated the screening and program as important. 95% of them gave it that rating. To describe the sample, it was the caregivers were 96% female, 82% were African American in their identity, 82% had an household income of $36,000 or less, and 73% had at least a high school diploma education. Of the children that participated, the entire sample sizes ended up with 361 participants. A little over half were female. The average age was almost 12 years old, and you can see the race and ethnic breakdown here. There was, as mentioned earlier, there was a large number of substance use already initiated at baseline. Over 30% of the youths had initiated, which was almost entirely unknown to their parents, incidentally. And then there were a few differences between those randomized to family checkup and those randomized to the control, which are shown here in terms of parental depression and child-rated parental attachment, parental monitoring. So to estimate the impact of the family checkup, we used an intent to treat strategy with multiple imputation analyses, then conducted a sensitivity analysis in which inverse probability treatment weighting was used. The results turned out virtually the same, and so I'm not going to present different results for them. Analysis, or the efficacy was tested using regression models that were determined by the distribution of the outcome variable. And our model predictor terms were to control for baseline differences between the groups that I just mentioned. An individual's baseline level of outcome was controlled for. And then we tested for the main effect of family checkup versus controls, and the main effect crossed by the baseline level of outcome. Because family checkup literature indicates that the family checkup tends to have greater impact among those who are more at risk for or risky behavior outcomes, we use this interaction term to recheck that in our data as well. The outcomes are shown here. The number of substances used was analyzed using Poisson regression. That's what that uppercase P indicates. And the interaction term was significant, meaning those who had used a greater number of substances at baseline benefited the most from this screening and prevention program. Similar findings were found for tolerance of deviance, and anxiety symptoms were reduced as a main effect due to experiencing the family checkup. One point to note here is that the conduct disorder behaviors were not impacted by the program. We did not see an impact or benefit on conduct disorder behaviors from this intervention. Visually, this is what the outcomes tend to look like. So among those at baseline who used a greater number of substances ended up at follow-up using less substances if they had experienced a family checkup. A similar finding was found for their tolerance of deviant behaviors. So in conclusion from the study, the Youth Risk Index identifies youths at ages 10 to 13 who benefit from the family checkup as well as those who have underlying neurophysiological functioning that underlies that type of level of risk. Youth and parents valued the service, engaged highly in that, and completed it. Efficacy occurred mostly in the highest risk youths, and efficacy was not found for conduct problems. Some of the next steps that are needed here to wrap neuroscience more into this venture and to understand how neurological functioning interacts with the prevention program is to incorporate neuroimaging into pre-post evaluations of the selected and indicated prevention programs. This is one thing that's described and one strategy that's described by Denny and others in 2016. Expanding the research on the associations between the risk factors and the underlying neurophysiology would help strengthen our strategies to develop interventions that target and use levers, so to speak, that will have longer lasting impacts. We need to evaluate the neurological mediators and moderators of prevention program impacts, as Denny alluded to earlier. And then one next step is our own, what we endearingly call the APSU study, which is a development of psychopathology of adverse patterns of substance use in adolescents with anxiety. This study has just been up and going. We're hiring and getting ready to kick it off, but the main focus of this study is how maturation of neural connectivity and stress physiology contribute to problematic substance use, specifically in youth with anxiety. And the long-term objective is to inform selective and indicated prevention for youth with anxiety. And with that, with the slides, I will have references for anyone who would like to see them. And I will open it up with question and answer. Thank you for rapid moving and somewhat dense, perhaps, presentation. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Ty. You finished early. You surprised me. As Denny noticed, the chat was closed to everybody. That was accidental. So, and the chat is available, but if folks want to put their questions in the Q&A, and then we can relay them to Ty. So Ty, there is a question in there from someone anonymous. So if you're there anonymous, you can let us know who you are. But it says, what do you think about the Preventure program, which screens youth before assigning them to a prevention program?
Well, there's several things that are really important when it comes to screening. One is I'm not commenting specifically now on the venture approach, but things that we do need to be careful about are any stigma that may come from screening. And so, for example, in our own screening, we avoid linking this directly to risk for substance use. We want to be able to connect with the families and those we're wanting to intervene with in a supportive way. So trying to interpret these in the same manner that addresses their concerns. In other words, meeting them where they are. At the age group that we're doing the screening with the parents, when we talk about their child's safety, oftentimes that's what's on their minds too, especially within the neighborhoods that they come from. And so that helps to enhance their value and interest and motivation in the prevention program itself. That way of doing this also kind of skirts, for lack of a better term, issues that can be problematic within healthcare if we link this to diagnoses, for example, and the various regulations that can come into play and extra steps that have to be taken. And so it's important for the screening to line up with other environmental considerations, the system that they're in, and the goals of the objectives of that. I'm not intimately familiar with the venture screening itself. From what I understand, it's valuable and effective, but I can't comment specifically on it. Maybe Denny or Emma or others are more familiar with it.
No, there is what I've been doing is actually just as a heads up, is where people have been sharing information in the Q&A, I've been putting it in the chat. So Vanny from NIDA shared the announcement for the R61, R33 looking at structural racism and substance use. I've popped that in the chat. There's a link to Preventure and that this person has shared. I'll pop that in the chat as well if people want to look at it. I'm not familiar, Denny.
I'm not.
No.
I'm looking at it now for the first time.
There we go. We'll learn something. There is another question for you, Ty, and it's, did you look at obstacles having to do with transportation to services?
Right, that's really important. Thank you for the question. In the family checkup approach, historically has been to meet families in their homes. And so the transportation piece of this is, the onus of it is on the counselors. We gave the option to meet at a neutral location or at where the researchers are located in the university who are delivering it. But I think that also helped to encourage participation in the program, was removing that barrier. It's a very important one that has been problematic. In the family checkup, one of the benefits of their approach is that the intervention is delivered by family counselors. And so oftentimes these are social workers, and they're, as part of their professional practices, they're used to going to their clients and meeting them where they are. And so I do think that's a key component of this strategy.
Thank you, Ty. I'm going to ask the panelists if anybody has any questions.
I'm seriously familiar with your work, Ty, but I just want, if you could maybe say a little bit more about the embedding of this approach in primary care settings. You did speak to it, but just provide a little bit more detail. And if you want to unshare, then we can see faces a little better.
Right, of course,
Great.
that's great. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the difficulties that prevention has faced in recent years, well, historically, is being able to disseminate our programs and have them be sustained. So a key part of what we're trying to do is embed them, as you said, within the healthcare system, and specifically during well-child visits. One of the drivers of healthcare and providing healthcare services has to do with cost savings and the cost of services, and a lot of it is motivated by money. And so we took a look at the it's HCUP is the acronym, healthcare utilization, and I'm going to forget the P, what P means, but these data are available to anyone. We looked at the state of North Carolina because that happens to be where I am at, and where we're pursuing this research. And we found, to boil this down to the gist of it, we found that adolescent risky behaviors of substance use and sexual risky behaviors led to almost 10%, accounting for 10% of the hospital charges for services during adolescence. And that amount came to approximately $330 million per year. If we were to implement this program using the screening and family checkup prevention for all 12-year-olds in North Carolina, that would cost about $28 million. And so an 11th of the costs per year that payers are putting out, or at least hospitals are charging for. And so we think we can build a pretty strong case for economically looking at reduction in need for services, and then the economic impacts that has on healthcare payers if they pony up and invest in prevention just prior to entering adolescence, or at age 11 or 12, for example. And so in that way, I think we can figure out how to play the game of medicine, so to speak, to be able to sustain this program and get it delivered universally, but yet still have a tailorable program that can meet the needs of kids who are entering into adolescence. One drawback from this approach that maybe Michael's question was driving at is that what we've tested is being delivered through office visits of pediatricians. And a lot of the kids who may benefit the most from these programs don't attend those office visits. And so alternative ways of reaching them will be important, such as school-based health centers or other ways to reach out to them, perhaps through school health centers and that sort of thing. The other piece to that, Denny, is one of the critical parts of our collaboration with pediatricians and their interest in this, which we had high support from pediatricians too, is to account for what they needed to have done. So critical to pediatricians actually using this is not stepping on their patient flow, not causing impediments in that. We had to fit very carefully into how they deliver their services. Another concern of pediatricians is that spooking their customers, for lack of a better term. If we were to approach this and use potentially stigmatizing terms like your child's at risk for substance use, and what does that mean? That could also impede being able to use this with pediatricians in collaboration with them. And so those kinds of understanding the setting and the collaborators that we're working with needs to be mapped out and accounted for very carefully. This doesn't have much to do with neuroscience or imaging or any of that sort of thing, but to be able to make that happen, all of those environmental considerations have to be accounted for too.
Right, and then not being very careful with respect to the information that's collected. And from what I understand, there's no ability to you look at adversity, exposure to adversity and so forth, but it doesn't involve mandatory reporting. Is that right?
I would require, if information came about like harm to self or others, or potentially abusive situations, there would mandatory reporting would come into play. Yes. And so we put that information out up front with the parents and the child right from the get-go.
Okay.
But part of going through that screening and then meeting with the family individually, sorry, Emma, is then it opens up the possibilities where you can do this comprehensive assessment and be able to intervene the way that it may be needed, more so than what you can do in a pediatric practice.
Right.
There is another question from Michael Green. Is it possible to share cost savings with CMS, which in turn would help in funding the program?
Yes, I would love opportunities to do this, Michael. It's the results are published. I can get that paper to anyone who's interested in it, but that would be the next step. And unfortunately, I am not savvy at navigating those waters, but we have the data. So if there are opportunities to do this, it would be a coup to share that and make the case for it. We're still trying to pursue other avenues of research in this vein and to get those economic results. There's also possibility for further study, right? The HCUP data cover the whole nation, and we've only looked at North Carolina, so there may be additional ways to expand on this and emphasize further the benefits that could be presented to CMS or even other payers, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, etc.
Any other questions? So I don't have it. Well, I guess maybe it is a question. I just was wondering if you could share a little bit more about the newly funded project that you and Denny and Aisha have. Again, obviously just from a neuro perspective, Denny and I have already talked a little bit about it, but I just wondered if you guys could, Ty, and you also, Denny, share a little bit more about it with everybody.
I will. I'm going to turn this one over to Denny, though, because she's more knowledgeable about the topics that are relevant to the symposium today. I'm mostly doing the measurement aspect of this and how do we translate this into prevention, which I'm thrilled about, and I can't wait to start tackling that. But I'm going to let Denny take the reins on that question, Emma.
Thanks, Ty.
All right, just super quick. This is consistent with sort of the line of research we were talking about in my talk, and then what Ty mentioned with respect to the value of these longitudinal studies that have potential to identify what the different neurobiological processes are that are maturing over the course of time in different ways in different individuals with different clinical presentations. And so in this particular case, we're interested in young adolescents that are expressing symptoms of anxiety across a continuum of a continuum of severity of symptoms. And we have projected that there'll be basically two different pathways to substance use. We know from the literature that some kiddos with anxiety symptoms are actually protected from using substances, due to their anxiety and their worry about the negative consequences and that sort of thing. And that's just sort of the reports from them. But what's going on neurobiologically that might be protective, that underlies their reticence about using substances, whereas other kiddos with anxiety symptoms go towards substance use, possibly to allay their symptoms of anxiety, and then maybe get caught up in substances and begin to escalate. So one is an internalizing pathway that involves primarily the hyperactivation of the extended amygdala, whereas the other is an externalizing pathway towards substance use and other kinds of externalizing behaviors that involves the lack of tamping down by cognitive centers on the anxiety symptoms that are extending from the amygdala and connected structures. And so we're interested to see this because the clinical applications are quite substantial if we find these differences, rather than treating all children with anxiety symptoms the same. We could potentially do some testing. You can eventually drop out the imaging, right? You don't want to have imaging in every clinic, but you link the neuroimaging with the expression of neurocognition, emotion regulation, other things that are more readily measurable after you've identified what those neural substrates are. And you can use these outward manifestations of tests that can indicate what kind of anxiety they have, where is it emanating from neurobiologically, and then have different treatment regimens that can predict what the overall outcome will be, and avert trajectories away from substance use in those that don't have the cognitive reinforcement over emotion reactivity that's needed to avoid externalizing behaviors. That's it in a nutshell.
The other thing that I'll add to that too, Denny, is that we'll also be looking at a range of other risk and resiliences that are in play along with anxiety, and may be able to kind of tailor strategies in that way.
Exactly. A comprehensive approach, really understanding the whole person.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Any other questions for Ty and Denny about this?
No, just Ty. Not my turn.
If not, I want to thank Ty for an awesome talk. Again, just to remind folks, we will be sharing the recording link with you all after the end. Well, maybe not straight away after the end of the session, once I set up the settings in Zoom. We do have another couple of just general things that have come in. So one thing that a couple of you have asked about is access to the slides. I will ask each of the speakers if they're happy to share a version of their slides with me, and then I'll put my email again in the link in the chat for everybody. But if you want to email me, and I can share those that folks are happy to share with you. There's been a couple of questions about some of the papers, Denny, that you talked about, and Ty, that one question that you just answered in the chat about one of the papers that are your own data. So what we'll maybe do is put together a link, a page of relative citations. And again, I can send that out to attendees so that everybody has all the links for all the things. A couple of you asked about the APA continuing education credits. So the person to contact for that is actually Jessica Stavage at the National Prevention Science Coalition. So I will put Jess's email in the chat as well. But again, you can also email Denny and I, and we'll happily share that information with you. Oh, got another question for you, Ty. I'm just also going to briefly say the link for the NIDA announcement for the structural racism thing is also in the chat for everybody. Ty, before we move on to Hamid's talk, I've got one more question. She says, a supportive adult was mentioned. How important is that in prevention?
Oh, it's incredibly important. Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a parent. Oftentimes it is, but I'm going to kind of brag on one of my colleagues. There's a group at TCU that is part of our as part of our opioids prevention studies, that's by and large their main strategy, is to connect kids who are re-entering from the juvenile justice system, re-entering the community, is to connect them and enhance that relationship with a supportive, caring, trusted adult, and help them to build that attachment and develop healthy relationship skills on both sides, both the adult and the child. And they will also be looking at what impacts that has on the child's executive functioning, on their ability to accurately appraise a social situation and use problem-solving skills and so on. So they're anticipating, and there's good evidence behind this to expect it, but they're anticipating a lot of trickle down in the sorts of resiliency skills that they will be developing. So I'll mention that one. And then also the Big Brothers Big Sisters program is built on that premise of having a trusted ally that is further along in life than they are, that they can turn to for help and guidance. And so that is a really critical factor. And oftentimes in our prevention program literature, I don't think it gets emphasized enough or taken advantage enough, but I guess that's where I'll stop. But there is literature that can be found on it. I'm happy to point you in the direction of folks who know more about this than I do.
And there's also literature to show the reinforcement of certain, neural circuits that are involved in that kind of human connection and relationships, and how important attachment is to the human condition.
You literally took the words right out of my mouth, Jenny.
Oh, sorry.
No. This is a conversation that often comes up in a lot of my classes, actually, with students as well, talking about the importance of some of the risk and resiliency factors. And we talk about the importance of social connections and connectedness to other humans, and that how critical having that kind of unconditional positive regard and connection to another person can be, and how it impacts our neurobiology. And yet it's one of the things we often kind of push to the side in our thinking. We don't often tune into it. Again, I thank you so much. I am going to move on and introduce Dr. Hamid Akhtari.
Emma, I was thinking that we can give people maybe 3-4 minutes.
A couple minutes.
Break.
That's absolutely fine.
Break. And I'm going to share my screen, but just give people a few minutes for a short break, and we will start right at 11. Just making sure that we will be.
No. That's. I was just thinking I would talk, and people don't care what I have to say really, other than the nice things about you. But we will take a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. And that way, folks who are tuning in for this talk in particular won't miss anything. But I will also go on blank and refill my coffee, but I'm not going far, and I'll be right back.
Emma, you're on mute, but I can see you talking.
Missed me saying was I had it was right at 11 and I'm coughing despite the fact that I haven't just gone and got coffee. Thank you to the world of Zoom, right? Thank you everybody for hanging on. So it is my pleasure to officially introduce Dr. Ahmed Akhtari, who is with the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Minnesota, where his lab focuses on how to reshape the future of prevention and treatments for addictive disorders using brain stimulation and cognitive technologies. He serves as a board member and is the co-chair for the Neuroscience section at the International Society for Addiction Medicine, which is the largest international organization in the field of addiction treatment with over 10,000 members globally. And we can share the link for everybody who does not have it. I'll put it in the chat. He is also the director of the ISAM, so the International Society for Addiction Medicine Global Expert Network, which supports international surveys among addiction medicine professionals. He directs the Brain Awareness for Recovery Initiative, and those materials that the Brain Awareness for Recovery Initiative, the materials they generate are translated and culturally adopted by scientific authorities in 22 languages in 5 continents so far. Today, he will talk to us about a new classification of interventions for substance use disorder prevention using the RDoC framework. Over to you. And Ahmed, just to say, I have your videos, so if there's any issues, I can swap screens with you and I will play them. Just give me the heads up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Emma and Denny, for putting this together. It's just amazing to see a group of colleagues and friends together and discuss about prevention of substance use disorder and what are the things that we can do together. Just amazing to kind of see a group of colleagues. And I was observing how much effort Denny and Emma were putting together to make that happen. And it's amazing to see that we're actually there and we can discuss about science and how we might be able to collaborate together. So I do not have any specific conflict of interest. I contributed to a mobile app that is being funded by University of Virginia Convention University. Is a kind of a preventive app that we have recently kind of developed there. There are funding from different organizations, and we have a team of colleagues that are going to present today. I'm really happy that not only kind of senior figures like Jocelyn Vasilieva from Virginia Convention University, but also kind of new generation of people who I'm really hopeful to be a part of the community in the future. Tara and Nikki are going to present the things that they are doing. So we have a kind of a group of people that we are going to present today. In terms of the things that we are going to discuss, I will discuss about the conceptual framework that we have. Then we will go for a systematic review that we have recently done. We will discuss about a new tool that we are developing in the feasibility study and some concluding remarks on how we might be able to push things forward to the next level. But basically, let's start with the conceptual framework and how we can push things forward in terms of kind of addiction prevention. We recently put together a special issue in one of the Frontiers journals discussing about addiction prevention and treatment and new advances in the field. And kind of working on that specific special issue that we had some like 29 different papers inside and a group of colleagues from like 156 authors. And even from the first steps, we have been discussing about how we might be able to bring people from the field of prevention. And we ended up not having any single paper from the prevention side. And that is something that was kind of quite interesting to see, interested to see how things are different when we have been discussed about addiction treatment and addiction prevention. So we can discuss about the things that we might be able to do in that specific area. And I'm providing you with some QR codes, and you can use the QR codes and just scan the QR codes, and we will have access to the papers, to the kind of the web pages I'm sharing. So that is going to be a resource for those who are interested to have the connection. So you just need to have your kind of a smartphone and just scan the QR codes to be able to have access. And I shared my slides in the first slide. There was a QR code, and I will probably can share my slides at the end as well. So if somebody is interested to have the slides and all the materials are going to be publicly available. So on that special issue, we have been discussing about a specific roadmap on how to bring neuroscience specifically to addiction treatment. On that specific roadmap, we have been discussing about how we can assess, and then based on the assessments that we are doing, how we can do targeting, and how we can kind of improve assessments and targeting over the time. We basically doing behavior assessments or neural assessments with different brain mapping tools that we have. And then based on the assessments that we have, going for different levels of intervention, whether they are behavior or cognitive interventions, or there are specific neuromodulatory interventions that we can establish. So that is the framework that we have been working on, specifically in the first place for addiction treatment. But as you can imagine, there is always a question in terms of, okay, do we have similar frameworks in the field of prevention? We have multiple pieces of evidence around. Can we put them together in a single framework in a way that we can connect them together, and we can kind of put them together in a way that they can be translated to each other, or they can kind of converge to each other? And that is a major question in the field of addiction prevention, how we might be able to have a framework to put the kind of efforts that we are doing together in a single framework. We realized over the time that probably RDoC framework could be a great potential for making that happen, in terms of putting together all the efforts that we have in the field of addiction prevention together. And there are many reasons behind that in terms of why RDoC domain criteria could be a potential for putting these efforts together. As you might know, RDoC is something that NIMH put together something like 13 years ago, trying to do the same effort, specifically in field of mental health disorders. As you can imagine, NIMH is not focused to addiction, so they haven't developed it specifically for addiction, but it was developed for other mental health disorders. But we realized that we can use the same framework in the field of addiction. As you can see here, there are multiple domains involved and multiple units of analysis, and they consider also development and environment. And that's a kind of nice framework that connect different efforts together. To trying to kind of modify RDoC framework, specifically in the field of addiction, people try to use the original RDoC framework or NIAAA. People put together something like a modified version, mainly being focused on cognitive control, negative emotionality, and incentive salience. And then NIDA started to develop another framework, considering things like metacognition, and also sleep, circadian rhythm, interoceptive processes. And they updated their framework with social cognition, going to the details of the cognitive processing, and also considering interoception as a sort of precognition processing. And they tried to kind of organize that through that specific framework, kind of modified RDoC framework. But at the end of the day, they are working almost in the same structure in terms of having multiple domains, that they have different levels in these domains. I will discuss about how these domains are working together. And there are many reasons that we like RDoC. While, as you know, I mean, the team of people who develop RDoC in NIMH, now they are out of the leadership in NIMH. At least some of them are. I mean, the NIMH director is kind of basically he left NIMH, and now the new team in NIMH, they are still supporting RDoC, but it's not the main priority in NIMH right now. But there are still many groups of people who are working on RDoC and how RDoC could be helpful, kind of providing a framework with different levels of analysis. And that is kind of the advantage of RDoC in terms of going into different levels, from genes, molecules, cells, circuits, physiology, behavior, self-report. All those levels are sort of, the people try to connect them together in multiple domains, whether they are negative valence, positive valence, cognitive system, and all the other systems that we have. And we think that framework could be helpful based on the wealth of knowledge that we have in this framework. And the question is how we might be able to use that specific RDoC framework in the field of addiction prevention, and how we might be able to push that forward in the field of addiction prevention. So that could also be helpful for harmonization and reduce methodological heterogeneity, even even terminologies that we use in the field. So people use multiple different terminologies, multiple different constructs, and it's hard to translate evidence from one intervention to the others, because people are using different terminologies and different tools, which makes things a little bit more complex. And also there are some kind of a standardized paradigm and how these paradigms are reflecting different interventions, and that is another kind of potential within the RDoC framework. And also things are pretty well connected together, and they could be used in a sort of transdiagnostic way. Even when we talk about comorbidities with substance use disorder, we talk about the mood anxiety disorders, trauma, PTSD, all those constructs that could contribute to the addiction prevention. Those things are considered within the RDoC domain, but that is going to be helpful as well. And we realized that RDoC domain could also provide an educational framework, because the concept is not that much complex. So in communication with our patients and families, we realized that people can understand those constructs, and we can use that structure to even educate people and provide kind of psychoeducational materials using the RDoC structure. So there are multiple reasons that we think that RDoC could be a potential framework to be used to organize the efforts that we have done so far in the field of addiction prevention, and make sure that in the future, when we want to collaborate together or put things together, we can use the same language to be able to bring people together to collaborate. So if you want to kind of consider RDoC in the field of substance use disorder and substance use disorder prevention specifically, I can give you an idea about what are the domains that we have. For example, there is a specific domain in RDoC which is called positive balance, which is mainly about motivation, reward, habit formation. And there are subdomains describing all those concepts within the positive balance system. And then how different things like increased sensitivity to reward, novelty seeking, being interested to exciting stimuli, all those risk factors that we discussed, we can put them in this specific positive balance system. And also other domains like social processes, as we know, as Denny was mentioning, attachment, affiliation, all those social interactions, those processes could be considered in the social domain of RDoC, and they could be organized on that specific category. And then we have negative balance system, which represents fear, anxiety, avoidance, anger, deprivation, all those concepts that could also be important, as we know, in field of addiction prevention, and how those things could contribute to addiction prevention. And then they labeled a domain as cognitive system, which includes basically attention, executive functions, memory, cognitive control, and as you can imagine, things like impulsivity, disinhibited behavior, those things could be addressed in the cognitive domain of RDoC. And then the last domain would be arousal system. And as you can imagine, things like sleep, wakefulness, the tone of a kind of sympathetic system, those things that could contribute to addiction as a risk factor, those things could be categorized within that specific framework. So as you can see, that's a nice sort of initial structure. And there are, for each of those systems, there are multiple levels of tools and kind of terminologies and constructs and paradigm that are well connected to each other. And that is a kind of a resource that could be used in the field of addiction prevention. And then we can basically even kind of organize the vulnerabilities that we have and risk factors and protective factors in that framework. So for example, when we talk about risk factors for addiction, those risk factors could be reflected to those RDoC domains, and that could be helpful in terms of organizing the evidence that we have. And also protective factors, they could also be reflected into those domains, and considering both risk factors and protective factor in the same framework would be helpful as well. So we started with a group of colleagues, including Denny. We have been discussing with collaborators. Nate is already one of the speakers, and we have been discussing that, okay, how can we push that forward in terms of using our doc domain in studies that we do around the world in terms of addiction prevention, and how we can organize our efforts in the future, specifically using our doc domain. And we ended up kind of deciding to run a systematic review with a group of kind of collaborators to classify all the prevention interventions that we can find online into our doc framework, to see if there is the chance that we can basically map them into our doc framework and provide a structure for any future kind of efforts to use the same framework. So that is what we try to do. And this is something that is under review right now, but you can scan the code, and the preprint of that paper is already available. So those who are interested, they can see the paper and the things that we have on that paper. So Tara is going to present us the results of that basically systematic review and give us a sense about how different preventive interventions can be mapped into the RDoC framework, and then how that map could help us to just have a sense about what people have done so far, and what are the areas that we covered in RDoC, and what are the areas that we haven't covered so much in the field of RDoC, and what are the potentials that we have in the future specifically on that area. I received a message from Tara. It seems that Tara's kind of internet connection, she's out of office and her internet connection is not really well. So it seems that she sent us a recorded video, but Tara is already among the participants, so we can kind of discuss about some of the questions later with Tara as well. So Emma, do you have the recorded video?
I do. That was the second one you sent me, correct?
Yes, the one that is basically send you an email.
So what I'm going to do is, I think, do you want to stop sharing?
Yep.
Ahmed, I will start to share my screen. Oh, and I bumped you out. Okay. And let me just, everybody can see this, okay? Yes, yes. Any issues with the volume? Let me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tara Rezapur, and I'm so excited to be here today. And thanks to Hamid for including me in this prestigious symposium. Before starting this section, I should apologize for having a low quality.
Sorry, I just want to check. Can other people see the video advance or just hear the audio?
We just hear the audio. The video doesn't advance.
Only audio. Give me a second. I don't know why it's not playing properly. It was when oh, there we go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tara Rezapur, and I'm so excited to be here today. And thanks to Hamid for including me in this prestigious symposium. Before starting this section, I should apologize for having a low quality of internet, and so I need to turn off my camera during the presentation. Let me do it and share my slide to save my time. Okay. As Hamid told you, we have recently conducted a systematic review on the existing addiction prevention programs, and of course, school-based addiction prevention programs, and use RDoC framework to tease apart their components. I will talk about the result of this review later in the next slide, but before that, I want to explain a little about how we use this framework to categorize the existing prevention approaches based on different RDoC domains. For example, in this slide, you can see for the interventions that target negative valence system, we include emotion regulation strategies or emotion education that train individuals with how they can identify triggers, recognize and labeling feeling, or use different strategies to reduce their negative emotions. Or for the interventions that targeting positive valence system, we categorize behavioral activation approaches and neuroscience-based psychoeducation. These interventions are largely intended to interfere with an individual's preference toward immediate rewards and enhance the valuation of delayed rewards. So here we have some picture that indicate this intervention. For the next category of interventions, we have those approaches that target cognitive system. For example, cognitive training using different brain training games that train working memory or high-order cognitive functions, including executive functions. The next group of interventions include those interventions that target arousal and regulatory system. These interventions mainly include approaches to resolve sleep problems and adjust the quality of sleep and stress. For example, approaches that include sleep education, sleep monitoring, cognitive strategies, or stress management and relaxation technique. Last but not least, group of interventions are those that target social process. Intervention in this group are divided into two categories, including interventions that target self-awareness and interventions that enhance social processing. Interventions that target self-awareness include interventions that improve self-knowledge and self-esteem, and those that work on internal attention to calm the mind, body, and behavior and self-awareness. For the intervention enhanced social processing, we categorize those interventions that teach individuals with social skills. So using these interventions and these categories of preventive approaches, we try to use this framework to classify the existing evidence-based and school-based addiction prevention program selected through this systematic review. And here you can see the preprint of this study and our colleague that collaborated in this project. And here I want to deeply appreciate their collaboration for this project. So you can scan on this QR code and get more information about this systematic review. But here you can see in this slide the Prisma diagram that indicates different stage of systematic review, including identification, screening, eligibility criteria, and those that finally included in this review. And you can see out of more than 1,500 papers, we reached to 22 unique and distinct preventive interventions. And in this slide, you can see the name of these interventions. For example, Ready for Life, e-checkup to go, or Preventure, or life skill training. The next step in the systematic review, we extracted the components of these interventions. For example, those interventions that include skills for coping with negative affect, we categorize that within the negative valence. Or those that include stress management, we categorize in the arousal system that target this domain of RDOC. And here you can see this table that we map different components of each intervention onto RDOC domains. And here you can see that the social process has the most component in this table. As a conclusion, we can say that although findings support the efficacy of these programs in reducing the amount of consumption, increasing individuals' knowledge about harmful effects of drug and alcohol, as well as empowering refusal behaviors, limited interventions have focused on understanding brain functions and the relevant structures in shaping drug addiction. and translated neuroscience findings into the prevention language. According to recent findings regarding the allure effect of neuroscience in convincing adolescents about the harmful effect of substance use on brain, it seems that it's critical to implement the cutting-edge neuroscience to transform the existing preventive training into more scientific and less stigmatized ones, especially those that delivered via digital platforms that are more popular among adolescents these days. Concerning with all these gaps and using the RDoC domain as RDoC framework as a neuroscience-based framework, we developed an innovative mobile app intervention. We called it as NIPER, that is abbreviated for Neuroscience-Informed Psychoeducation for Resilience. In NIPER, we aim to build cognitive resilience and increase metacognitive awareness about the effect of drugs of abuse and other stressors on brain and cognitive function. NIPER integrate both psychoeducational and game-based trainings and target cognitive function involved in impulse control, emotion regulation, stress management, learning, planning, flexibility, and problem solving. And here in this slide, you can see how we include four critical brain networks, including default mode network, attention network, executive control network, and salience network, and their related functions in this app to improve metacognitive awareness of adolescents and train them how to regulate emotion, cognition, and behavior that could affect different domains of RDoC that we explained before. So here you can find a very primary information about the NIPER. And after me, Hamed and Nikki will explain more about this application and tell you about the feasibility study that we have recently done at VCU. So this is my section, and I hope that it was useful for you, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tara. Thank you very much for kind of sending the video, making sure that we'll definitely have your presentation. I'm really excited to see how we are able to kind of bring the new generation of people who are going to kind of develop the new programs in the field. So let me share my screen and continue the discussion. Okay. So as Tara mentioned, we have been kind of thinking about how to develop a new neuroscience-based program and how would be the process. But just giving you a sense about the background that we have, as I mentioned, we have always been interested to see how we can bring neuroscience to addiction medicine. And this is one of the kind of the textbooks that we put together a few years ago with Martin Paulus, trying to see how we might be able to encourage people to collaborate, not only in the field of rehabilitation and treatment, but also in the field of prevention. But technically, we are a group of people from the field of addiction treatment. And we have always been interested to develop rehabilitation programs for people with substance use disorder. As you can see here, that's a program that we developed called NICO-RIDA. And basically, we use that in a clinical trial. That was one of Tara's papers from her PhD thesis. So that is one of the major targets for Tara's PhD. And so that is the background that we have in terms of developing those sort of programs. And we realized that we can move beyond the cognitive rehabilitation programs and just have psychoeducation materials for people with substance use disorder and provide them with neuroscience-informed psychoeducation for recovery. And there's another area that we have been kind of really interested to, and we started to develop different materials. I will all kind of let you know. You'll see some of the materials that we developed in that specific area. So these are some of the posters that we developed for informing people who are in recovery about their brain function and how they can help themselves in terms of recovery with having a good understanding about how brain recovers from drug addiction and its consequences. And that is kind of the material that is publicly available, and you can scan the QR code. And over time, different institutions around the world, they started to translate them into different languages. And people are using them in different languages. And probably can show you the actual web page, because that could give you a little bit further information about the things that we have been doing. So that is the kind of the Brain Awareness for Recovery Initiative page that probably one of my colleagues can share that in the chat space as well. And as you can see, we have them in sort of male version, and we developed a feminine version as well, which has kind of more feminine characters. Even we had a kind of a process in terms of making sure that we can develop a sort of a race-neutral character for the cartoons and all the materials that people are using right now in that context. And they are available in multiple languages. If you even just go for the Chinese version, or I mean, there are multiple versions that you can just basically download them. And we developed a COVID-specific version of that. And then the kind of the materials, and there are videos of the workshops that we organized around the world in different places. One of the workshops that, as you can see here, is the workshop that we had in Virginia Commonwealth University. And that was a starting point with Jasmine in terms of discussing about how we might be able to collaborate and bring that from the field of addiction treatment to the field of addiction prevention. And that was a kind of a starting point. And I mean, the trials and the kind of figures of those materials in different places. So that is the workshop that we had in VCU. That was the starting point for further interactions for developing a preventive tool. So in that context, basically, we also realized that we can go beyond just the term of addiction prevention, which could by itself be a little bit kind of stigmatizing for people when you want to do something like an addiction prevention program in the college and ask people to attend addiction prevention program. So we started to realize that we probably need to go for terms like cognitive resilience and be more towards using that terminology, and toughness and those things that adolescents or adults in the college, younger adults in college would be interested to have. And that was a starting point for the program that we developed. It's called Neuroscience Informed Psychoeducation for Resilience. And Nikki is going to present that program briefly. So if you can, Emma, show the second video, that would be awesome. Nikki is also available here and in the audience, but we have the recorded video, making sure that is going to be presented.
Okay, I think this is the right one. Okay, here we go. Oh, play.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nikki Malachi from Metacognium, and I'm here today to talk to you about our Neuroscience-Informed Psychoeducation for Resilience, or for short, NIPER app. So this cognitive resilience module includes 3 main sections: knowledge, skills, and practices. We have designed it in 4 cognitive domains, which is attention, memory, flexibility, and inhibitory control, decision-making, and saliency process. And we have presented it in 4 sessions. First, I want to talk to you about our knowledge section. So in the knowledge section, we're using basically psychoeducational videos in which we have translated complicated neuroscience-based materials into plain language. And secondly, we have used animations to minimize stigma related to substance use disorders. Okay, now let's take a look at a few examples. Session 1, attention.
Have you ever found it difficult to stay focused while studying for an exam? Do you struggle to prevent irrelevant thoughts from distracting you? Do things in your environment, sounds, lights, movements, prevent you from concentrating?
Video right now.
Welcome to the first session.
Basically, it doesn't proceed.
Session 2, we
Give
talk
me
about
one
memory.
second. Sorry, everybody. I don't know.
Have you ever had a hard
My apologies. Somebody had asked for it in full screen, and so I tried to put it in full screen, and that was what made it go awry. I will go back slightly and restart. Give me 1 second. There we go. We'll share. I'm gonna go back a little. Here. That's where we were.
Yes, there we go.
There we go.
Session 1, attention.
Have you ever found it difficult to stay focused while studying for an exam? Do you struggle to prevent irrelevant thoughts from distracting you? Do things in your environment, sounds, lights, movements, prevent you from concentrating? Welcome to the first session.
In session 2, we talk about memory.
Have you ever had a hard time recalling happy memories? Or found it easy to vividly remember stressful and painful memories? Welcome to the second session.
Session 3 talks about flexibility and inhibitory control.
Have you ever found it hard to change your perspective and look at things from a different point of view? Or felt powerless to change your habits and build a new routine? Welcome to the third session.
And finally, session 4 discusses decision-making and saliency processing.
Have you ever said or done things that you later regret? Or had difficulty controlling your impulses? Welcome to the fourth session.
So for the skills section, we have developed 4 skills for each cognitive functions, and we have presented them at each session. I'm going to give you a few examples. So for instance, for attention, we have focused reading, writing, and listening, mindfulness and breathing practices, mental imagery, reverse spelling, goal settings, self-talk, switching between the tasks, and switching between the categories. Just a few examples of the skills needed for each session. So for practice section, we have developed 1 game for each session, and those are being presented in 4 levels of difficulty at each session. For session 1, we have, okay, here we go. So for session 1, we have finding objects in noisy background that basically addresses attention. And we have, as I said, 4 levels of this game. And in the same way, we have delayed change detection game that addresses memory for session 2, Stroke game for session 3, and delayed gratification and gambling game for session 4 that addresses decision-making and saliency processing. Furthermore, in each session, we have personal evaluation questionnaires, like the one that you see right now. And at the end of each session, we have some quizzes to evaluate how much the participant has learned from the educational materials being taught in that session. And eventually, we provide personalized feedback based on the multiple choice questions, games, questionnaires, and quizzes. All right, that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nikki, for putting this together. I'm really happy that we are kind of developing this sort of neuroscience info mobile app. That's a kind of a beta version. So we just started to put that together, and Jasmine will show us some of the the results that we have with the feasibility study. But just giving you a sense about how not only education, but also games and tasks and some personalized feedbacks could engage people, and in a digitized environment can give them kind of sort of an engaging experience to let them be a part of that educational program. As you can imagine, people in college are not that much interested to do those sort of educational programs, and that is kind of the way that we are trying to see how we can get them engaged and see how we might be able to kind of improve the outcome. So let me just share my screen again. Okay, so it seems that I received a message from Jasmine that she is right now in a flight back from her vacation. So it seems that Jasmine was not able to join us, but I'm going to just kind of briefly go through the slides that we have from Jasmine in terms of the feasibility study. The feasibility study happened in Virginia Commonwealth University in the college with the college students, and they have been able to recruit people from students from college and do the pre-intervention assessment, intervention, and post-intervention assessments with the mobile app that we have been discussing, and doing the assessments within the red cam, as you can imagine. They have been successful to recruit 91 participants from different racial, ethnical background, different gender backgrounds. And these are some of the initial feedbacks in terms of how much people like the app. And it seemed that overall people liked the structure of the app. They found it engaging. They kind of, some of them they have been interested to recommend it to other colleagues and other students. So that is another sort of level of feedbacks that we have from these people. And 85 of those participants basically completed the assessment, the initial assessment, and 67 of them completed the post-intervention feedbacks and other things that we had on that platform. So we showed that it is technically feasible and it can kind of make things happen. We are still, I mean, Jasmine team in VCU, they are in the process of doing the final data analytics, and we are hopeful to be able to kind of present the final results. But that's a kind of an effort to move from the structure and categorization toward developing a specific neuroscience-informed package that could cover all the domains that we have been discussing. While this specific kind of project was mainly focused to metacognitive awareness and the psychoeducational aspect of prevention. So just some kind of few take-home notes to wrap up the things that we have been discussing today. So we have been discussing about neuroscience-informed frameworks to be able to translate the scientific evidence that we have from different areas to addiction prevention. And we suggested that RDoC framework could be a framework to identify potentials for interventions regarding neurobiological risks of substance use disorder. We presented the systematic review that Tara and group of colleagues have done together to put together the preventive interventions within the RDoC framework and discuss how those things could be mapped together. And I highly encourage those who are active in the field to see that specific systematic review and see if we missed specifically your intervention, the intervention that you developed in that framework. Just let us know to make sure that we are going to include all the interventions that people have developed in that specific framework. If something that we miss in the systematic review, just please inform us, and we'll be happy to include them as well. And then, as you can imagine, based on the RDoC framework, we can do target engagement using the resources that we have and see how we can engage targets in different levels of analysis, whether there are certain circuits or behaviors or cognitive functions. We can assess the engagement of those targets with these interventions that we are developing. And it's always amazing to see how, especially the young generation, are interested to learn about neuroscience and be able to understand what is happening in their own brain with the knowledge of neuroscience that we have. And that is kind of the beauty of, especially kind of more advanced ideas about kind of how brain networks are working in a non-stigmatized way, and provide a kind of a platform to engage college students to addiction prevention while they are not that much interested to be in a program that is called addiction prevention. And how the idea of brain networks, we developed something like 3 hours of animations and videos to just give people an idea about, okay, how your brain networks are functioning in your daily life, how that is going to be relevant to your personal experience in daily life in terms of, okay, if I have attention problem, if I have memory problem, if I have decision-making problems, how those things are related to brain networks, and how using substances could change brain networks in a way that they have further problems and challenges, and how those functions could be different while people are using substances. So that is the way that we put those pieces together. And meanwhile, people can receive individualized feedbacks in terms of, okay, when you have been doing these games or tasks, this is how your attention function compared to others. And then based on those personalized feedbacks, people can be even more engaged in terms of how they might be able to kind of do further trainings for their cognitive functions, and how, and being aware of how much kind of cognitive capital that they have, and how they can save their cognitive capital from substances and the negative consequences of using substances. And that metacognitive awareness is something that we are looking forward to develop in a way that people would start to realize that why they are not supposed to use their cognitive capital for using substances. And these gamified environments, we realize that they could be pretty much engaging in terms of, and we have all of us are involved in some e-learning modules that our employers send us, and we are supposed to do these kind of online materials. And most of us, we really do not enjoy doing that, especially during post-COVID situation. I already have multiple reminders today in the morning, the things that I was supposed to do for the university that I was not able to do because they are not that much engaging. So I really do not like, that's kind of the last day of the deadline, somebody basically pushes me to make those things happen, but we are not that much involved and engaged. But how we might be able to send students some games, and within the context of those games that are pretty engaging, transfer some information about resilience and substance use in a way that would not be stigmatized, and people listen and get engaged in those communications. And these digital interventions are definitely scalable around the world. So it is not just about what we are doing here in kind of certain specific contexts that are unique to our university, our college, but something that could be scalable around the world and people can use them. And that is kind of the beauty of these sort of digitized interventions. So for the next step, one of the things that we are doing right now, and we are also interested to invite others to that effort, we are working to basically run a consensus study asking people about these RDoC domains and constructs and how they should be considered in interventions that are being developed for addiction prevention. And we are happy to invite others who are interested to be a part of that steering committee and also expert panel that we have to make that international consensus. And we basically started to work with the International Society for Addiction Medicine to bring people not only from, some kind of westernized or weird sort of labeled countries around the world, but also kind of people around the world in different countries. And now we have a network of 80 countries that we have experts in them that are interested to be a part of that international global collaborative initiative. And we are hopeful to get them engaged as well. So please feel kind of free to send us emails if you are interested to be a part of that process. And in this QR code, you can have my slides. So all my slides are freely available. So you can just download them and you can use them in a way that would be helpful. Thank you very much for your attention.
Outstanding.
Wonderful, wonderful talk, Ahmed. And thank you to Nikki and Tara as well for your contributions, and Yasmin for her contribution too, even though she's not here. We have one question in the Q&A right now, but if folks have questions for Ahmed and others on the team, I can also unmute Tara, and if I can see Nikki, I can unmute them too. And so they can also answer questions. The first question is, how long is each session for NIPER, and what is, well, it's actually a two-part question, and what is the lowest age level it is for?
Yep. So first of all, the sessions are something like kind of 30 minutes up to an hour. So the sessions are, we try to keep them short as possible. So the plan is for something like 30 minutes of engagement in the intervention. But in terms of the lowest age, we developed the material specifically for college students. But based on the material that we developed, I can imagine they could be easily used in the high schools as well. So I mean, and the title and the out kind of cover of the package is not addiction. It's just about resilience and toughness and learn about yourself, about your brain function to function better. So that is the concept. But within that framework, we are developing educational material regarding substance use and how substances would change brain circuits in a way that they would not function properly. And if you are using a game and you see, okay, how my attention is important in that specific game, if that attention function is going to be impaired by substances, then you probably cannot use the perform in this game in the future, because substances change that function in your brain in a way that you cannot engage those networks with using substances. So if you are interested to continue doing these games, not only in mobile app, but in your daily life, because we say that, okay, this specific game that you are doing right now is a reflection of this specific function in your daily life as well, and how that transfers to the daily life, and that the transfer effect that we have to daily life is going to be important for them. And if they are interested to have those functions intact or even improved, substances are not going to be helpful.
Awesome. Any other questions right now?
And we have, I can see Tara here. Tara, can you kind of turn on your video? We can see you here, and I'm not sure if Nikki is.
Hello, Hamed. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but we cannot see you. I can imagine that your internet connection is not really good today.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that you sent us the video.
It's very low. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Emma, for putting all these great speakers today. And yeah, I enjoyed the symposium, and I'm here if anyone have questions.
Thank you, Tara. And I saw another question regarding the individualized feedbacks. So individualized feedbacks would be related to the games that people would engage in this package, because as they are doing the game, they also receive feedbacks in terms of, okay, that is your attention compared to the kind of larger group of people that we have, and that is your memory compared to others. So people can see them compared to others. And we developed specific sort of strategies to give them personalized feedback. Okay, if you think that your attention is not the best in terms of the function, these are the other things that you can do that could potentially help your attention to function better. So trying to give them assessments and also recommendations, and getting them more interested in their brain functions, and realizing how much that cognitive capital is going to be important for the future, and how they need to basically save that cognitive capital.
Can I ask a quick question?
Please.
So this is very exciting. We have a grant. I have a grant now with Sharon Kingston to gamify a positive parenting program, and so I am learning from some of the features and the application that you've used. We're also measuring engagement with the platform. How do you like it? Blah blah. Similar to what you're doing. And then you said you were measuring also change in knowledge and practice skills, things like that. So you do not have that data yet? Yeah, I think you said it was under analysis.
The data. I mean, I'm hopeful that Jasmine would be able to finalize the data analytics soon.
Okay.
How it works. But meanwhile, we have been discussing about if we go beyond the initial feasibility study and want to run a larger clinical trial, we are still discussing in terms of, okay, what should be the primary outcome measure. And we showed that with these sort of neuroscience-informed psychoeducation, we can increase metacognitive awareness. and we can kind of enhance the level of engagement and interest for people who are basically attended these programs in terms of kind of being interested to stay sober or stay kind of away from drugs. But we are still discussing about that, and we are, as I mentioned, we have multiple trials right now in the field of addiction treatment, and we have lots of experience in addiction treatment, but we are pretty new to the field of addiction prevention. So we are trying to learn from experts like you, Denny, in terms of what you have done so far, and learn how we can basically give it a try to see if we can get funded from NIH, specifically for the field of addiction prevention. But beyond that, to be honest, one of the major things I'm interested to is just to see how we can bring people together to work together. Mm-hmm. That is a major motivation that we have in terms of how we might be able to provide opportunities for collaboration, mm-hmm. how we might be able to kind of do things together. And that is the main motivation. I'm also here in the symposium to be a part of that community, and also bringing not only kind of few members that we have in the team, but also bringing people from around the world and see how we might be able to do things together and implement those kind of experiences of kind of in different levels around the world.
Yeah. You're giving me a lot of ideas about other things that we could be measuring, just, metacognitive awareness, things like that. We're looking at behavior and the parent, knowledge, attitudes, and behavior, and we're looking at substance use, parents with substance use disorder who are in treatment, and the impact that it has on outcomes in their children. And so it's a particular population, but it can be used by any population. It's just we're kind of gearing it towards them. And so we're measuring a whole range of things, including their own recovery efforts, to see if it's bolstering it. But yeah, this is phenomenal work. I'm very excited about what you're doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have another question, which I think will be a relatively quick one. Maybe it says, when do you think the trial will be done and NIPER may be widely available? And that's from Catherine Herzaya. I hope I'm pronouncing that.
Yeah, I mean, the initial development of NIPER is already. So right now we are working to apply for an probably R6134. Because we are kind of working in terms of what could be the best next step, interacting with NIH to get funded and see what should be the next level for that. So that is the next step. But the mobile app is already ready to go. If there are other programs around the country that are interested to basically run a study or be a part of that community, we will definitely be happy to share the mobile app with other institutions that are interested to do a feasibility study and see how it works in their institution. Or even we are the good things that we developed the mobile app in a sort of in an in-house process. And so we can optimize that, we can modulate that. So there are potentials in terms of even optimizing the package that we develop, or kind of changing the structure in a way that would be even more helpful.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
So I'd be happy to help on that process.
Mm-hmm. We could probably squeeze in one more quick question if there is one. I have a long question that I'll maybe email you and Tara later, more detailed. But otherwise, thank you so much. I mean, that was really wonderful, and again, really inspiring work. Like Denny said, I think you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I'm a little jealous.
Looking forward to our collaboration, and I'm looking forward to learn from the next talks.
Awesome. Thank you everybody for hanging in with us. Our next speaker, our last one before the lunch hour, which is always a tough one, is Donna Volpita. Donna has a doctorate in education. She's an educator, author, and speaker whose love is making brain science of resilience and mental health more easy to understand and apply. So all the kinds of things that we're interested in. She is co-founder of the Mental Health Literacy Collaborative. She's a board member of One Revolution Foundation, a member of Mental Wellness Initiative and Children's Wellness Initiative of the Global Wellness Institute. She's a global presence ambassador for Parenting 2.0. I'd be interested in what that is. And a member of the Character Collaborative. That's a lot. She is a former classroom teacher, and she has experience in both general and special education, and she's also the mother of 4 young adults. Donna, over to you.
Thank you so much. Whoops. Okay, you can hear me? Okay, I'm not muted. Perfect. Thank you so much. It's great to hear all the things that everybody is doing. And I love hearing Ahmad talk about the collaboration and interest in the brain science and research and getting this information out there. As the introduction said, I'm an educator by trade, really focused in on how we can take what we know about brain science and translate it in a way that is really easy to understand and apply. And so about 14 years ago, I developed a model to try and help us understand the way that the brain is naturally wired to respond to challenges so that we can use challenges to proactively build resilience. So that is what I'm going to share today. I'm going to start with sharing the resilient mindset model and then talk about brain-based mental health literacy and talk a little bit about the Mental Health Literacy Collaborative, which is a new national effort that we just launched. I also recognize that this is right before lunchtime, so I'm gonna get through this pretty quickly and share this, and then talk about why it's so important to use the how, use the why to inform the how. So I realized, as I said, about 14 years ago, that there was a lot of information that we know about brain science that was not being translated in a way that people could actually use in their experiences. So I kind of, as an educator, I was a teacher by trade and I was mostly in special ed. And I thought, you know, I can do this. I can take that neuroscience and translate it. So I created this resilient mindset model. And the idea was, at the time, my youngest child was 6 years old, and I wanted to be able to translate neuroscience in a way that he could understand. So there are 3 parts to the model. The first is the 4 S's of resilience that you can see in the dragonfly's wings. The second is the 4 characters of the brain, and each of those characters represents a different function of our brain in its response to challenge. And the third part of the model is REACTS, which is an acronym for the social threats and rewards to the brain. So I'm going to go through each one of those separately. The first is the 4S framework. We say that our resilience is our response to any challenge, good, bad, big, or small. And that response is guided by the way that we think about 4 S's. Self, who are we? What do we stand for? What are our strengths and weaknesses? All the things that I think about myself. Situation is the way we look at that challenge, put it into perspective, and break it down into its doable parts. Supports is who or what we go to for help in handling that challenge. And strategies are the things that we actually do in order to handle that challenge. The thing is that the reality of those 4 S's is not nearly as important as the way we think about them. So that goes back to that brain science of how do our thoughts develop? How do we begin to develop neural pathways? So helping even young children understand that when we have experiences, our neurons fire, and the more we fire them, we begin to create those neural pathways. And we in our programming use a lot of metaphors to make that really easily understandable. So we say that the reality of the 4 S's isn't nearly as important as the way we think about them, the brain pathways that we've created around them. What that means, though, is that the 4 S's can offer us an opportunity to use any challenge to proactively build more resilient brain pathways by using these 4 S's as a framework. So when we're preparing for a challenge, when we're handling a challenge, or when we're reflecting on that challenge, we can question ourselves and think like, what are the strengths that I bring to this? What did I learn about myself from this challenge? Let's look at this challenge. You know, what's the situation? How can I break it down into its doable parts? What are the supports that I can use? In the middle of the challenge, I can say, you know, who am I not thinking about going to yet? So where else can I go for help? And then strategies, what are the things that I can do? And when we do that, we can proactively use those challenges to build resilience. Oops, sorry, made those. The second part of the resilient mindset model is the 4 characters, which, sorry, I'm going to go back to this. The 4 characters, which, as I said, represent different functions of the brain. When we think of decisions that we make, we think of those decisions as good versus bad, but our brains don't think in good, bad. They think in long-term versus short-term. So the ant represents the cortex's function of looking at those long-term decisions. The grasshopper represents the limbic system short-term decision-making. The glowworm represents the amygdala and its response to threats, to be able to tell us when we're being threatened. And the dragonfly represents the override control of being able to know when to not go red alert. So we'll go through each of those separately. I apologize. The ant, as I said, is in charge of our long-term decisions, things we might not really feel like doing right now, but we do them because they're going to benefit us in the long run. The ant holds the tools of a healthy brain. When we have these in place, we're better able to make those long-term decisions, like putting money in the bank, going to the doctor, eating healthy, exercising, the things that we don't really feel like doing now. But when we have those in place, we're better able to make those long-term decisions, and we're better able to foster our own mental wellness. The grasshopper, as I said, represents that limbic system, the one that's in charge of the short-term decisions. Grasshopper doesn't really care whether we put money in the bank or eat healthy, kind of wants to eat Cheetos and watch Netflix. It's the part of the brain that's saying, you know, when we get to one more video, we'll start in 5 seconds. It's the voice in our head saying, you know, we can do one more, we can do one more. The grasshopper is also in charge of fight, flight, or freeze. It's that ability to get us out of the way of that oncoming car because we have that cortisol and adrenaline in place to be able to move us out of the way. The grasshopper is also where we get a lot of neurochemicals. And in our programming, we talk about neurochemicals as kind of being like text messages that drive our behavior. So this last visual we say represents when we work really, really hard and we struggle and we keep working, and sometimes we fail and we go back to it and we keep working and we finally get that yes feeling. That is a big burst of those neurochemicals that are so important to the brain, like serotonin, oxytocin, you know, all the things that dopamine, the things that make us feel good and drive our behavior and tell us, wow, that was really worth it. You should do it again. So we say that this visual kind of represents the fact that self-esteem isn't a gift we can give people. It's a neurochemical response we rob them of when we don't let them struggle to succeed. And we're seeing so much of that in the youth right now, that they're not having the ability to struggle. They're sort of that immediate gratification is coming in, and that kind of can lead to that addictive behavior. If we're not getting the opportunities for those long-term struggles and successes, we're not getting that messaging in the brain that we need to work hard. So it's making that easy to understand. The glowworm is in charge of our red alert, telling us when we're being threatened. So the glowworm kind of represents that amygdala and our need to look out for threats. Our brain's main job is survival. So being able to look out for threats all the time. The middle visual of the glowworm is the glowworm sort of stressed out, kind of looking for threats. So when we have too much cortisol, we might misinterpret a threat as a threat to survival when it really isn't. And the final visual is the glowworm in red alert. When we have a car coming towards us, it's the glowworm's job to go red alert and switch control of the brain from the ant to the grasshopper to get us out of the way of the oncoming car. And that's how our brain is wired to survive. But what a lot of people don't know, and this is fascinating for kids to understand, and it tells a lot about the way our world is right now, is that our brain is wired to respond similarly to social threats as physical. So REACTS is the third part of the model. It represents this, it's an acronym that represents the social threats to the brain. So respect, equity, alliances, control, territory, and similarity. So when we have a threat to any one of those, similarly to that car coming towards us, the glowworm goes red alert, switches control of the brain from the ant to the grasshopper into that fight, flight, or freeze, gets us ready to protect ourselves. And when we do that, sometimes we say and do things that we regret in the long term, because the grasshopper is not in charge of our long term. The dragonfly represents mindfulness and metacognition and the ability to override that response. The dragonfly's job is to know what's happening in the moment and being able to say, no, we've got this. We don't need to go into fight, flight, or freeze because we know what to do. We have these 4 S's in place. We have that resilience. We have those brain pathways saying, yes, I have the strategies. I know what to do. I can handle that challenge. We often like to say that violence, anxiety, and depression roughly translate to fight, flight, or freeze. So the opposite is action, having that resilience, having that knowledge of knowing what we can do in that situation. There are really two great ways to strengthen the dragonfly. One is getting those brain pathways around those 4 S's. The other is mindful practice, is being able to say, you know, I can stay and pay attention to the moment. We like to say that mindful practice and meditation is kind of like putting the dragonfly in the gym, building up those muscles of being able to override when we want to, when it is appropriate for that situation. So the resilient mindset model, again, I came up with this about 14 years ago to translate that neuroscience in a way that was easy to understand. In 2018, New York State became the first state to require mental health literacy. And I thought, this is where we need to go. We need to start teaching kids about their brain. We need to take this information and make it easy for kids to understand. Unfortunately, we have not seen a lot of mental health literacy implemented in schools. So one of the things that we have been really doing is to advocate for mental health literacy in schools, and specifically brain-based mental health literacy. First off, one of the things that we find is even in states where they have policy requiring mental health literacy in schools, a lot of people within even the Department of Education that's in charge of implementing that don't really know what mental health literacy is. Often there's a misunderstanding that it's the same as social emotional learning, which it is not. So I wanted to start with what is mental health literacy. It is tier 1 programming that covers 4 topics. By tier 1, it means that all students should be receiving this. It's not done by counselors. Traditionally in schools, we've really left mental health and substance use to the treatment. We've really done services in schools, and we like to say that's kind of like Smokey the Bear, teaching people how to put out fires, but not how to prevent them. Mental health literacy is supposed to be preventative. It's tier 1 programming for everyone that covers these 4 topics. First, how to foster and maintain mental wellness or mental health. So what are the things that we know about how we can maintain our mental wellness? So a lot of that, the brain stuff about the ANT tools, about making sure we have the neurochemicals that we need in place, making sure we're going through positive struggle. All of that information is helpful for people to be able to make those decisions. Second is understanding mental health disorders and treatments. When we have that common language to talk about that, it also helps to reduce stigma, which is the fourth goal there, and then also how to seek help effectively. So when we are able to have this common language for people to talk about mental health, understand mental health disorders and their treatment so that they know where to go, they're more likely to seek help effectively, because we're seeing earlier and earlier mental health disorders and substance use disorders starting earlier. So if we can begin to have these conversations early, and through that brain-based lens, it also helps to make that less intimidating and less judgmental. I said that I wanted to introduce the Mental Health Literacy Collaborative. This past March, we were approached by someone from Delaware who was instrumental in passing legislation in Delaware for mental health literacy. And she said, you know, we need to have a collaborative where people can talk about state to state how we can implement mental health literacy in schools, because it's really not happening. Even though we're seeing a movement in terms of that legislation, we're not seeing it implemented in most states. So we thought, you know, let's try and put something together to get states to collaborate. We didn't know whether they were ready. On April 26th, we set up a phone call and invited 25 people that we knew in national organizations and at different states. So we invited people from NAMI, we invited people from Mental Health America, from Inseparable, from Kennedy Forum, from and then several different states as well. The National School Mental Health, Center for School Mental Health. We invited Michigan, Washington State, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Delaware, so several of the different states. We invited 25 people and 24 showed up for the call and stayed on for an hour and a half. So we thought, okay, I guess it's time. So there is now something called the Mental Health Literacy Collaborative that is designed to make evidence-based mental health literacy a foundational part of pre-K through 12 education. We have several states that are on board with us right now, and it's very focused in on collaboration, on helping to talk to one another, and we're focused on 4 goals: education and advocacy. Because first off, as I said, when we talk to states, a lot of people don't even know what mental health literacy is, and yet they're supposed to be implementing it in the schools. So helping people understand what does that entail. Then also policy support, what's working in terms of policy, what's not working as well. Effective implementation. As the Mental Health Literacy Collaborative, we have a lot of different program developers that are part of the collaborative trying to make this work. So we don't advocate for any specific program in mental health literacy, but we work with the University of Washington Smart Center and Chad's Legacy Project. They are putting together a mental health instruction library, which will be available as a resource. It's mentalhealthinstruction.org, I believe. And we are sending states there and saying, hey, if you're looking for implementing mental health education, this is where to go for vetted programming. The University of Washington Smart Center is vetting programming out there to see who does actually teach mental health literacy. And finally, research. And this is an area that we really haven't gotten started yet, but We have a lot of advisors who are helping guide us with how do we research these programs, see what's working, what's not working. This is such a new field. There's a lot of people call it the wild, wild west. So what we're trying to do is sort of rein that in and make it so that states can effectively implement evidence-based programming. And part of that is that research, getting that behind it and seeing what's working when and where and getting that implemented effectively. The Mental Health Literacy Collaborative is advocating for mental health literacy programming. I believe myself that the brain-based lens can be so critical to helping this be effective, because when we understand the why, it can really inform the how. When we understand the way that our brains work, it can help us have that non-judgmental language to understand how we can make decisions that are more mindful and intentional. Right now, we're constantly telling people how to do things, but not necessarily why we're doing what we are and how we can do that better by understanding the brain science. So we believe that through applying the brain-based lens, it's more effective in terms of the building resilience, how to respond to those challenges and changing that, fostering empathy, understanding one another, and helping us to make those balanced decisions for fostering wellness and maintaining mental health. So as I said, using the why, that brain science, translating it, I'm so excited seeing all the presentations this morning that we're beginning to really translate that and use that gamification, use that informing kids. And you're right, students really want to know about their brains. And one of the other things, Denny, you were talking about the idea of parents, and I've heard time and again the importance of community and sharing that same language, having that programming for educators, for healthcare workers, for families, and for students. Having that for everyone is critically important. So there comes a point where we need to just stop pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. Mental health literacy is upstream programming that can be a scalable solution to the youth mental health crisis. And when I talk about mental health, I am talking about the substance use as well, just talking in there, because when kids can understand, kids and parents can understand the decisions they're making, it can help them make more informed, intentional choices. So I wanted to try and make sure I ended early, because I know as the speaker before lunch, it's something that is everybody's ready for their lunch. It's one of those ant tools. So I'm ready for any questions that anybody might have. I don't believe that I put the website for Mental Health Literacy Collaborative. So it is themhlc.org. Every month, we have a community of practice meeting that's open to anyone, where states present where they are in terms of mental health literacy. It's always the third Thursday of the month at noon. This Thursday happens to be the meeting, so the day after tomorrow at noon Eastern. And you can sign up for that on the Mental Health Literacy website. And this month, California will be presenting. Last month, we had Michigan. Next month, we'll have Canada. So Dr. Stan Kuchar and Dr. Yenfin Wei have done a lot of the research associated with mental health literacy and the benefits, and they'll be presenting next month. And then the next month, I believe we have Massachusetts, and then we won't have a meeting in December.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Donna. I will open the floor for questions. Denny?
Well, I think that was just fantastic.
Wonderful.
I'm extremely excited about this. I love seeing something that, just can be embedded as as routine practice in our daily lives, knowledge in our daily lives, as opposed to a program that only has effect in one school district, or in one community, or, you know, this is like something that can truly be embedded across communities and just become like part of our educational system. And so it's policy at the school level that I just am very attracted to. And obviously it has import to a variety of settings, not just in schools. I think schools is a good way to start, though. And certainly, you know, we've lost a lot of what we used to teach in schools, you know, that helped with emotional intelligence. And, you know, the whole trend towards social emotional learning has been, you know, somewhat, the significance of it has been diminished in some circles, where it's so important for children to get this kind of education very integrally. And so I love, you know, the way this is constructed, that you're thinking about the linkages between, you know, neural circuits that need to be strengthened, that can be through this sort of resilience knowledge. And sorry, I'm going on. I really think this is very cool. This isn't just about research, it's about practice, and it's about policy that's based on a body of evidence. And so I congratulate you. I definitely want to get in touch with you afterwards and talk about your policy work.
Thank you very much.
Not a question.
No, I really appreciate it. And there's a lot we want to collaborate. We often say we play well with others. The whole idea here is we've got a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of space for a lot of people. So
yeah. Well, it's excellent. Very well thought out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. I also don't have a question, but I agree wholeheartedly with Denny's sentiments, Donna. I think this is really wonderful work you guys are doing. Do we have any questions from the panel, from our attendees? If we don't, I can leave the chat and the Q&A open. We could break a little early for lunch. I don't know how people are feeling, if they're ready for lunch yet. What I will also do.
Can I just say that I'm going to suggest that we're giving you back 5 to 10 minutes. So in that 10 minutes, I'm going to put up the ant tools on the screen. And I'm going to suggest that everybody go and do one of the ant tools. So I'm going to go through those really quickly. So the ant holds the tools of a healthy brain. So making social connections. So text to somebody or make a phone call, get a little bit of rest, have something healthy to eat, go on a walk or do some sort of movement. Maps are frameworks, so that's routines. So that probably isn't something you can do in the next 5 minutes. But binoculars stand for focused activities. So whether it's music, art, mindful meditation, all of those are mindful activities. Merit badge is compassion, pride, gratitude, and a sense of purpose. So doing something that you feel like, you know, will help somebody else. These are all things. And the last one is actually nature. So going outside. So I'm going to make that suggestion that for everyone to take that 5 minutes and do something that will help your mental wellness.
Thank you so much, Donna. I will leave the ant up until about 12:45. I will pause the recording while we're away for lunch, but the webinar will stay open. I will put up a slide that just has a reminder of our order of events for today. It also has my email. And again, for those of you who are interested in the APA continuing education credits, I've put Jess's email on there as well. So I'll pop that up in about 10-15 minutes. And again, I will leave chat open and I will be having my lunch and checking it. So if there's anything anybody needs, let me know. Otherwise, don't go too far. Go do the things Donna has recommended. We are going to take a 1 hour break. So we will be back at 1:30 with Dr. Nathaniel Riggs, and then 2:30 with Dr. Judy Cameron. And we are aiming to finish up around 3:30 today. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you, Emma.
Yep. Thank you guys. Thank you everybody this morning again for really wonderful, inspiring talks. I feel all motivated, but right now I want to motivate towards lunch.
Yeah, right.
We'll see everybody back here. And again, if you guys need anything, please just pop a message in the chat and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Okay?
Thank you.
Everybody shortly. So we are now recording. Thank you again to everybody who is here and who has hung around with us over the lunch break. I was just monitoring the chat and the Q&A and hanging out drinking coffee. We have 2 more talks today. We have, first of all, Dr. Nathaniel Riggs or Nate Riggs, and then we will have Dr. Judy Cameron. I'm just going to take a minute or 2 just to introduce Nate. Nate is a professor of human development and family studies and the executive director of the Colorado State University Prevention Research Center, which is a campus-wide transdisciplinary, get my teeth in, center committed to studying the development, implementation, and evaluation of effective and sustainable preventive interventions across the lifespan. He received his PhD in Human Development and Family Studies and his graduate degree, I believe, from Penn State. So he was with the Prevention Research Center here, where both Denny and I have worked before as well. So just keeping it all in the family, right? His research includes testing preventive interventions that promote youth socio-emotional development and prevent adolescent risk behaviours. One of his primary research interests is translating basic research in developmental neuroscience to school-based and family-focused interventions that prevent child and adolescent behavioural health problems, including substance use. He is an engaged scholar who works alongside community partners to support the implementation of evidence-based preventive interventions, and is the principal investigator on several federally funded projects with community partners from around the state of Colorado. And today he's going to talk to us about a role for executive function in prevention research, opportunities and challenges to inform prevention program development and interpretation of outcomes. Over to you, Nate.
Great, thank you. Well, first of all, what I'd like to do is I'd like to thank everybody in the audience. People are busy these days, and I am so grateful that you all were willing to carve out an entire day to come listen to us all talk about such an important topic. I know that I've learned a ton already from the previous presentations, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Judy later on in the afternoon. I'd really like to thank Emma and Denny for thinking about me and inviting me to come talk today. I love talking about this stuff. I am like many of us, a prevention scientist to my core. And as somebody who's at a land-grant university, you know, it's really part of my job to reach out to community partners and all of you to talk about translating basic research into prevention science and prevention programs. So I'm going to talk today about the potential for executive function to be one of those basic science constructs that we can translate into preventive interventions and really use that work to hopefully better understand how our programs work and for whom our programs work, ultimately in an effort to be able to develop more effective and precise preventive interventions and maybe even adapt existing preventive interventions so that they can be effective for everyone if they aren't already. So I'm a real applied prevention, applied researcher. And so here at the Prevention Research Center, you know, we're really interested in answering questions like, you know, to what end? So to what end can we translate these basic research findings that so many have established? All right, so today I would first like to start by defining prevention. Actually, I've got a friend with me today who's going to define prevention. I think it's really important to establish where I'm coming from with prevention. You know, I've been trained in the Institute of Medicine's approach, the Universal, Selective, and Indicated Prevention Programs framework. I know that others in the public health field might be more familiar with the primordial, primary, secondary, tertiary. And then we heard from Donna earlier on today, who used how educators more frequently refer to prevention in kind of the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 support. So I've got a friend who's going to define where I'm coming from with prevention. And then I will follow that up by defining executive function. And kind of like prevention, really. Executive function, there isn't a single overarching or a single framework that's agreed upon. But I'll talk about the framework that I typically adhere to, so that we can kind of all level set and be on the same page. And then we really get into the meat of the conversation today, which will be about a potential role of executive function in prevention research. I feel like I have potential in parentheses, because I feel like this work, we've been doing this work for I've been doing this work for 20 some years. Others have been doing it for longer. And I feel like there's still a long way to go. And I feel like there's several opportunities moving forward to utilize neuroscience, developmental neuroscience theory and frameworks to improve our prevention approaches. And then I'll finish up with some current issues, some challenges to doing this work, which there are many, and future directions and implications for the interface of executive function and prevention science. Okay, so I hope the audio works here. Actually, I'm going to see if I need to. All right, I think I will be able to share my sound right now. So I thought, who better to define prevention than me, than avatar me? So I can't, let's see, I just lost, I'm trying to find, I can't see anybody right now. So I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that you all can hear. If you can't hear it, somebody please speak up and let me know.
Yeah,
so
we
this
can see you and hear you so far. So
okay, I'm going to hit play and let me know if you can't hear this.
Okay. Good.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nathaniel Riggs, the Executive Director of the Colorado State University Prevention Research Center. Today, I'm here to help you answer the question, what is prevention science? Prevention science is a relatively new field that has its roots in several other established scientific fields, including epidemiology, public health, psychology, developmental sciences, and neurobiology. Leveraging advances in each of those fields over the past 50 years, prevention scientists have identified several individual, peer, family, and community-level predictors of future behavioral and mental health problems. We call some of these predictors risk factors. These are biological, psychological, family, community, or societal level factors that are associated with a greater likelihood of negative outcomes. Among the many examples of risk factors are poor self-regulation, exposure to family violence, low community resources, and structural racism. Protective factors are characteristics that reduce the impact of risk factors. Examples of protective factors include communication skills, strong peer relationships, family engagement, and community norms favorable to healthy development. Prevention scientists use what we know about risk and protective factors to create programs, practices, and policies that promote healthy development and prevent negative health outcomes. What we found is that by reducing risk, fostering youth development, supporting family resilience, and strengthening communities, prevention can reduce the incidence of nicotine, alcohol, cannabis, opioid, and other drug misuse, decrease mental and behavioral health problems like violence and depression, and avert academic failure, among many other outcomes. Why does prevention matter? First, prevention matters because it saves lives. The past 30 years have experienced an explosion in the number of research-proven prevention programs that can be implemented for youth and families in several community contexts. Registries of proven effective prevention programs, including Blueprints for Healthy Youth Development, What Works Clearinghouse, and the Office of Juvenile Justice's Model Programs Guide, allow communities to search and select evidence-based programs that are the best fit for their community's unique context and culture. Second, not only does prevention save lives, but it is also cost-effective. An ounce of prevention is truly worth a pound of cure. For example, for every dollar spent on Botvin's Life Skills Training program, $13.49 are returned to the community in the form of future labor market earnings and healthcare costs. Third, prevention is the only behavioral health approach that can keep new cases of negative health outcomes from occurring. Without prevention, communities will continuously be forced to react to the overwhelming demand for behavioral and mental health services. Prevention allows communities to be proactive and prevent problems before they occur. In summary, prevention focuses on the upstream factors that affect multiple downstream health behavior problems. Implementing prevention programs saves both lives and money. It is therefore a necessary and powerful tool for promoting the health of youth, families, and communities.
All right. So, oops. Okay. So, and again, I can't see anybody anymore. So again, if anything starts to go awry with the presentation, just please speak up and let me know. There were a couple of key points that Avatar Nate made that I could have made better myself. One is that there are multiple risk and protective factors that are associated with substance use and associated behavioral health issues. And executive function is one of those risk and protective factors, however you're looking at it. Secondly, executive function, or a risk factor for one behavioral health outcome, let's say it's substance use, is oftentimes a risk factor for multiple health behavior outcomes. So sometimes, for example, executive function, as we'll see, is not only a risk factor for substance misuse, it's also a risk factor, or executive dysfunction or deficit is also a risk factor for behavioral health problems, other behavioral health problems, mental health problems. And so if we can intervene with executive function early on in life, upstream, we might be able to have effects on multiple downstream behavioral health issues. Okay, so let's define executive function. Executive function really refers to those neurocognitive processes that can help young people regulate their emotions, regulate their thoughts, regulate their behaviors in order to achieve healthy goals and engage in health behavior. And although there isn't an agreed upon executive function framework, or at least a universally agreed upon executive function framework, there are some skills, some neurocognitive processes that are commonly agreed to be executive function. There's kind of the big three that Miyake et al. Identified in around 2000, and those include working memory, which is the ability to keep healthy goals or healthy plans online in real time so that they can be executed. A second is inhibitory control, so the ability to inhibit impulsive behavior in favor of a healthier response. So think about someone who, a young person who is emotionally aroused on the playground, it gets a little bit overheated. Inhibitory control allows that young person to inhibit the impulse to reach out and smack their peer on the playground and be able to execute a healthier behavioral response. And then there's cognitive flexibility, which is the ability to kind of shift fluidly from one thought or one emotion to the other so that you're not getting kind of stuck and perseverating on maybe perhaps an unhealthy thought or emotion. So those are the kind of the big three. And then others that have been considered to be executive function skills include planning, organization, and such. So you get an idea of what executive function is. To put it in that RDoC framework that Hamed talked about earlier on, this is one of the executive function kind of lives in that cognitive system. Now, a really important thing to understand about executive function is that it's generally considered to come online with growth and development in the prefrontal cortex of the brain. So that part of the brain is right behind the forehead and right above the eyes. But that said, it is really inextricably interconnected with other systems of the brain. So other parts of the brain that are important for emotion and reward sensitivity, as well as motor skills. So again, thinking of that, of the RDoC framework, we've got the negative valence system and the arousal system. Even though executive function is considered to be a part of that cognitive system, it interacts in really important ways with these other neural systems in a coordinated behavioral response. All right. Now, another really neat thing, another really important thing to think about when it comes to executive function in the prefrontal cortex is that there is what we consider asynchrony in brain development. So the brain typically develops kind of really from the inside out and from the back forward. And so this renders the prefrontal cortex the last part of the brain to achieve structural and functional maturity. So we've got all of these really important systems of the brain, including the negative valence system. We've got the arousal system. All of those parts of the brain, they develop relatively early. But it's not until an individual, I guess if they're a male around 25 years of age, a female around 23 years of age, that prefrontal cortex is fully developed. And what that does is it opens up a window where adolescents, primarily children and adolescents, are particularly vulnerable to substance use and misuse and progression to dependence. And as a result, executive function deficit is associated, it's a risk factor for these multiple child and adolescent behavior outcomes, health behavior outcomes. So we're here talking primarily around substance misuse. Work, back into the early 2000s has shown that executive function deficit or dysfunction is associated with alcohol, cannabis. I have a paper almost 15 years ago that demonstrated that this vulnerability, this executive deficit is associated with substance use prevalence as early as 4th grade. But it's also associated with a whole host of other health behavior outcomes, including violence and conduct problems. This work goes back all the way to the early 90s. I did a lot of work in the 20 teens around obesogenic behaviors like weight gain, food intake, physical activity, sedentary behavior, how executive dysfunction is associated with weight gain and unhealthy food intake and sedentary behavior, mental health problems, and risky sexual behavior and HIV seroconversion. In fact, Ty is a co-author on that 2013 paper. Now, so we do see that executive function is an important risk factor here for multiple health behavior outcomes. Thought of a little bit differently, executive proficiency. Yang et al. Just published last year a meta-analysis that showed of 167 studies that showed that greater executive function proficiency is prospectively associated. So it's a predictor of less substance use, fewer ADHD symptoms, ODD symptoms, conduct problems, you name it, externalizing behaviors, internalizing behaviors. So again, a potential really important target for our preventive interventions. One thing that I think is really important to note, and it's really important to remember this, maybe one of the take-homes of today's talk is that these substance misuse and these mental health concerns are developmental disorders, both within individuals. So very rarely, if ever, does one wake up the next morning and they have a substance misuse disorder, substance use disorder. It's rather that substance use disorder is a consequence of a progression of things that happen and a consequence of multiple antecedents, risk and protective factors that might have occurred even before the individual even thinks about or even knows about substances. Think about healthy family relationships when a young person is in kindergarten, right? That can be a prospective predictor of substance misuse later on in life. So within individuals, substance use and substance misuse are developmental disorders. Also between individuals. So here we see in this figure, this is a paper just published a couple of months ago that shows that there are developmental peaks in the onset of mental disorders mental health concerns and substance misuse. I'm not a big fan of the term substance abuse there that they've used, a little bit stigmatizing, prefers substance misuse, but anyway, so we see that these multiple health behavior outcomes, they all peak before age 25, right? They tend to peak in adolescence and late childhood for the most part. So what's important to think about here is that, as Denny alluded to in our opening remarks, what we want to do from a prevention perspective is to target those risk and protective factors that precede the onset of these disorders, and to focus on these risk and protective factors that are malleable, that they're changeable during those windows of time. And again, executive function is one of those factors. We see that between the ages of about 2 and 6, some really rapid executive function development. And then that's followed by almost 2 decades of continued executive function development and refinement. So again, more support that if we can target executive function, this cognitive system that is incredibly malleable during childhood and adolescence, we might be able to have effects on multiple substance use and mental health disorders, problems. Okay, now, does this mean that our preventive interventions that we're implementing in, let's say for 6-year-olds, is going to say anything about the risks of opioid misuse or nicotine use or methamphetamine use? Of course not. But what we are going to do with our preventive interventions early on in life is to promote the protective skills. We're going to enhance skill development in these areas that are going to be protective and prevent the onset of substance misuse. And again, when we're talking about these early preventive interventions, I really feel like early social and emotional learning is an important piece to this substance use prevention. I don't think a lot of times people think about social emotional learning curricula as substance use prevention. I do, in part because it promotes these protective factors that are going to become really important later on in life when an individual is offered a substance to use. And if you look at these 5, this is the Collaborative for Academic and Social and Emotional Learning, SEL wheel, social emotional learning wheel. We see that all 5 of these core SEL skills rely upon underlying, at least in part, underlying executive function proficiency. You look at self-management, you think inhibitory control, self-control. You look at responsible decision-making. That is almost executive function defined right there. Problem-solving, decision-making, but even self-awareness, social awareness, relationship skills are going to rely upon an individual's ability to keep conversations online in real time, and being able to shift set and cognitive flexibility when it comes to conversations and communication and things like that. So I really do feel like social emotional learning is in fact substance use prevention. I'll talk a little bit later on how it's difficult to make that link, at least empirically. Both Denny and Ty mentioned the PATHS curriculum. I had the good fortune to be at the Prevention Research Center at Penn State when I was a graduate student, and my advisor, Mark Greenberg, was the developer of the PATHS curriculum, and I got to cut my teeth on my prevention teeth on this project. And here are just a few, just to give you a flavor of how these social emotional learning programs can promote executive function. These are a few activities activities that the students, the participants in the PATHS curriculum are exposed to. Early in life, they're taught what's called a turtle technique, where when a young person is feeling emotionally aroused, the arousal system is really firing, that gas pedal of the brain is really firing. They are taught skills to stop, inhibit that arousal, take a deep breath, say the problem and how you feel. So it gives the young people a behavioral response to tie in, cognition and emotion and think of a healthy plan. Then as young people get a little bit older, they're provided this stop signals poster where you've got fashioned like a stoplight, and those problem solving skills are broken down in more granular steps that an older grade school child can process. Again, problem solving skills, executive function. And then we have on my right, we've got some what are called feeling spaces, where young people are provided these cards that they're able to take a look at, identify their emotions, and be able to communicate their emotions and label their emotions. It's really important for youth behavioral development. So that's an example of a social emotional learning curriculum. I'm going to circle back to paths in a little bit, but as young people get older and they're in middle school and high school, they are exposed to what we might consider a quote unquote substance use prevention program. And this is the Botfin Life Skills Training Program. It's probably the most frequently implemented, has a lot of evidence for its effectiveness, and it's implemented in middle school and high school. And even though it's considered a substance use prevention program, I look at how it's described on the Blueprints website, and I see, wow, this is really a social and emotional learning program that has some drug resistant skills added onto it, right? So we've got, this, even though Botfin's Life Skills Training Program is considered a substance use prevention program, it promotes general social skills, personal self-management skills, and then adds on these drug resistance skills that make it a quote unquote substance use prevention program. So those are a couple of examples of what substance use prevention programs can look like. There are several, those are but two of hundreds. The Blueprints, there are registries of these evidence-based programs, and Blueprints for Healthy Youth Development that is managed just down my road at the University of Colorado. I think right now there are 108 evidence-based prevention programs, not all of them for substance use, but mostly for these associated behavioral health issues that we're talking about today. The Pew Results First Clearinghouse database is a clearinghouse of clearinghouses. So it's like a meta clearinghouse where we have 6 registries, including the Blueprints registry included in that clearinghouse. I would say that Blueprints is the one that is most tightly tied to prevention programs. It's one that exclusively is for prevention programs. And then you can also go to the Washington State Institute for Public Policy, and they'll tell you how cost beneficial the prevention programs are. So you can get an idea of, if I implement this program in my community, can I expect a positive cost benefit outcome there? So we know prevention works. We know we can prevent substance use and associated behavioral health problems. One of the questions, though, that was outstanding, I think, up until somewhat recently, is can we intentionally improve youth executive function? Can we move the dial on these cognitive processes that are dependent upon the most complicated organ in the human body? Can we actually affect executive function? And I would say that, again, up until recently, it wasn't entirely clear. Around 2011, Adele Diamond and her colleague Lee identified a handful, maybe 6 or 7 approaches that had demonstrated at least early indications that they might be effective in promoting executive function. So there's a review article of a handful of articles. Now, since then, Takix and Kasai, I really hope I'm pronouncing their names correctly, in 2019, published a meta-analysis of 90 studies of almost 9,000 children. And they looked at 5 different domains of interventions to promote executive function. They looked at interventions that were explicit EF training programs. So we're talking about these computerized and non-computerized, essentially working memory programs like CogMed, all right? And we've got these a couple of other approaches like physical activity interventions and art activities. So in that initial review article that was published by Diamond and Lee, they identified a couple of articles that provided some early evidence that being physically active or promoting physical activity and art activities might be able to promote executive function. We've got executive function specific curricula like Tools of Mind that focus primarily on executive function, although a little bit on social and emotional learning as well. And then we've got other interventions that provide children with these new strategies of being able to regulate emotions. And these include things like mindfulness practice, biofeedback, and new emotion regulation strategy teaching programs. One of them is Unstuck and On Target. Another one could be considered the PATHS curriculum. So they looked at 90 studies across these 5 domains, and there were some really interesting key findings. The first key finding was that in contrast to the Diamond and Lee article, the physical activity, art, and music training had minimal or almost no effect on being able to promote executive function. Another key finding was that explicitly training executive function skills, they could have, so CogMed and other related programs, they can have significant effects on promoting executive function, mostly working memory. But they were a little bit skeptical and speculated that a lot of this could be due to practice effects. So if you have a young person, they get on the computer and they practice a working memory task, they get really good at that working memory task, but it might not transfer or generalize to other executive functions, let alone behaviors that were kind of the to what end, the behaviors that we're really trying to impact. And then the final key finding was that it really is these interventions that promote and provide children with these new self-regulation strategies, things like mindfulness, things like PATHS, school curricula that have the most robust effects in being able to promote executive function as it relates to real life challenges and real life situations. So the key takeaways, again, really they questioned how a direct focus on simply promoting executive function skills kind of in a decontextualized way, how that transfers to real life problems. And it's really those approaches that teach executive function within those real life situations that are effective. And there was a question earlier on when Ty was presenting from the audience that asked, what is the importance of parents in all of this? And that was an excellent question. It's really applicable to this, to the point that they were making in this meta-analysis, is that it's really teaching executive function skills in the context of supportive schools, supportive peers, supportive families, where we're going to be able to see the effect on behavioral health outcomes, including substance misuse and mental health concerns. And then a neat real takeaway from this meta-analysis was that they found that the most effective strategies in promoting executive function were also the most enjoyable for kids. So things like mindfulness. Once kids get over kind of the, what is this mindfulness thing? What is this? Once they get over that, they really, really enjoy it. And the same thing with curricula like PATHS. It gives them a chance to talk about their emotions and regulate their emotions and practice their executive function skills without even really knowing it. All right, so we know that preventive interventions can prevent substance misuse and related behavior problems. We also know now that we can intentionally move the dial on executive function and promote executive function development. What is less known, we have some evidence, but not a ton, is whether our intervention effects on these health behavior outcomes are mediated through executive function, or whether, stated alternatively, is executive function a mechanism through which our preventive interventions are effective? All right, so one of the reasons why we don't have a lot of evidence for this is that executive function is rarely included in underlying logic models of preventive interventions. And here's where I'm going to circle back to PATHS. PATHS is one of the only evidence-based preventive interventions that I'm aware of that explicitly pulls executive function into its logic model. And you can see in the bottom right-hand corner there, I have in a red square where PAS is situated, I'm sorry, where executive function is situated within the underlying PAS logic model. And so I was really interested a while ago, as I was just leaving graduate school, was entering my first academic position, and was really interested in testing that underlying logic model of PAS that asks the question, does executive function mediate, or is it a mechanism through which the program prevents behavioral problems? And so myself and Mark Greenberg and others, we tested that. And in fact, that's what we found. We found that young people who were randomly assigned, so these are first and second graders who were randomly assigned into the PAS condition, demonstrated fewer internalizing behavior problems. So these are anxiety, sadness, depressive symptoms, these types of things. So PAS effectively reduced that, and those effects were sustained at 1-year follow-up. And then the intervention effects were mediated through inhibitory control, it's part of that cognitive system, as well as verbal fluency, which isn't typically considered executive function, but was a cognitive skill that we were really interested in because we were really trying to promote, or Mark and colleagues were really trying to promote young people's abilities to communicate emotions and things like that. So PAS had its effect through its ability to promote inhibitory control and verbal fluency. So here's an example of where executive function can be a mechanism through which our interventions are effective. And since then, a small handful, we replicated this with respect to externalizing behaviors. So these are acting out, aggression, conduct problem symptomatology, and things like that. So PAS was able to reduce, or young people enrolled in PAS demonstrated fewer externalizing behavior problems, and that program effect was mediated through its ability to promote inhibitory control. In this case, the mediation didn't occur through verbal fluency, not sure why, but in this case, it was the PAS program effects were partially mediated by its effect on inhibitory control as one executive function. Now, since this article was published in 2006, a handful of folks have replicated this finding. We have Karen Bierman, another group at Penn State, and Mark replicated this finding with the Head Start Ready program, so a different program than PAS. So we've got executive function being able to mediate the effect of Head Start Ready on school readiness. We have a group led by Timothy Peeler who demonstrated that a temporary supportive housing program could mediate program effects on, or that executive function could mediate program effects of a temporary supportive housing program on for unhoused children and families. And then even more recently, we have Brock and colleagues who demonstrated that an after-school program, so another context where this can be effective, an after-school program that targeted executive function and visual spatial skills could also improve classroom behavior. So some evidence that executive function can be a mechanism through which our preventive interventions work. Another question that's really important to answer in prevention science is, we do know, like I've said a couple of times, we do know that our preventive interventions are effective. We know that they work, that they can prevent substance misuse and related behavior problems. But invariably, even if our programs are effective on balance, there are going to be pockets of individuals where the program works really well. There are going to be groups of individuals where the program has no effect at all. And in the worst case scenario, there could be populations of individuals who actually demonstrate decreases in healthy behavior after a preventive intervention, or might be demonstrate greater substance misuse or related behaviors after participation in a preventive intervention. And so this is a question that is related to moderation. So this answers the question, these types of analysis can answer the question, for whom do our preventive interventions work best? So in this case, we can ask questions like, does executive function moderate prevention outcomes? And if so, does it do that? Does it do so such that these programs work better for higher risk groups, right? So let's say a young person comes into a program like PATHS and they come in at a relative deficit, executive function deficit. Could PATHS compensate for that baseline deficit in executive function? So that we would call that a compensatory effect. Alternatively, is it low-risk groups who benefit more from our preventive interventions? Is it the groups who come into our preventive interventions with greater cognitive capacities who are able to leverage those relatively greater cognitive skills for greater benefit through that intervention? We call that a leveraging effect. And to me, we don't want to see that. We want to see those who are at higher risk benefiting more from our interventions than those who are already doing pretty well. And in preparation for this presentation, I scoured the literature for this type of research that looked at the ability of executive function to moderate prevention effects. And I scoured and scoured and scoured, and I came up with one article published in 2006 from none other than Dr. Fishbein. And so, in fact, when I saw that, I emailed Denny and I said, Denny, this is the only article I've been able to find. Are you aware of any other articles that have tested this? And she said, no, this is all I've been able to find too. So now, the take home from this article was that program effects of the PACT program, the Positive Adolescent Choices Training Program, they demonstrated, and Denny demonstrated, that it was lower scores on executive function tasks that attenuated program effects on measures of social competence. So unfortunately, this was a case where those with pre-existing executive deficit were less likely to benefit from the PACT program. So a little bit alarming. And so I guess there are two ways to look at this. One is that there could be an army of investigators out there that are testing the potential for executive function to moderate program effects, and that they've tested that and they haven't found anything, right? That they found that there's no significant moderating effect of executive function on outcomes, which would be great. That would be great, because that would mean that our programs are as effective for all youth, irrespective of pre-existing executive function capacity, right? And that those papers just aren't being published because of the non-significant effects. We just don't know. Alternatively, it could be that Denny is one of the few that's tested this, and that she's actually found this leveraging effect, and that we need to be aware of that when we are developing and implementing our preventive interventions. Because if that's the case, we run the risk of exacerbating what's the word I'm looking for? Disparities, health disparities, right? We could be exacerbating health disparities if we are developing and implementing interventions that are only working for those young people who have pre-existing executive function proficiency. Okay, so what are the current challenges? What are some of the current challenges that we face at the interface of prevention science and neuroscience? One real challenge is, a lot of these challenges really are related to methodology. One of them is that we really need large samples to detect prevention effects, direct prevention effects, let alone interaction effects, right? It's really challenging to find these mediation and moderation effects, because we need we need a lot, really large samples to do so. And we need a lot of statistical power to detect those differences. And I don't know that there are a lot of prevention trials out there that are high powered enough to really detect these interaction terms. And so a related issue to that is that it comes, is related to the measurement, how we measure executive function. These task-oriented batteries of executive function are time-intensive and resource-intensive. And in a prevention trial where I did prevention trial a few years ago that had 3,000 elementary school students. It's not all that feasible to give 3,000 students in a prevention trial a task, a really extensive battery of executive function tasks. So that's a challenge. And one of the alternatives is to assess executive function via behavioral surveys like the one on this slide, the Behavior Rating Inventory of Executive Function. But those measures, and I've used them, those measures suffer from some issues related to validity and reporting of executive function, as opposed to these behavioral tasks that are generally considered to be more direct assessments of executive function. A second challenge is related to conceptual overlap among not only within executive function processes, executive function skills, but also overlap with other constructs, cognitive constructs, like self-regulation. So where does inhibitory control end and where does self-regulation begin? There's something I've heard referred to as the conceptual jingle jangle of these things. And so really identifying the discriminant validity between executive function and these other kind of higher order constructs can be challenging. Another issue that's really makes it challenging, going back to the conversation about social and emotional learning, it's really difficult to demonstrate a link between social and emotional learning programs and the effect that social and emotional learning programs have on social competence and substance use later on in life, because oftentimes there is a gap between when those social emotional learning programs are being implemented, K through 5 mainly, and when substance use initiation occurs to the extent that we're able to detect program effects, which we saw that substance use disorder, peak onset is around 17 years of age, right? So we really do lack long-term follow-up that would allow us to make these connections between really early prevention and substance misuse later on in life. Okay, so last slide. I think I'm running a little bit long here, so I'll make this one a little bit quick. But I think that there is tremendous opportunity to infuse models of developmental neuroscience and executive function into prevention science. I think that we can use our understanding of developmental neuroscience to really inform program development and adaptation. I think that when it comes to the basic research, we can use that basic research to inform the development of prevention program logic models. If executive function ends up being a really important risk or protective factor in multiple health behavior outcomes, investigators should probably include that in their logic models if they're going to target executive function through their preventive interventions. But very, very rarely do I see that happen. Secondly, we can inform whether our interventions are working according to our underlying logic models. So if we do have executive function or other neurocognitive processes included in prevention logic models, we can test that underlying logic model and we can identify whether our preventive interventions are working in the ways that we think they are working, as we did with the PAS curriculum. I think that there are also opportunities to inform whether programs should be implemented universally or selectively for selective and indicated populations. So this is where we go back to the leveraging or compensatory, the moderation issue. If programs are effective for all youth, regardless of risk status, and hopefully that's what that lack of literature in the moderation area is pointing to, if our programs are effective for all of our youth, then yeah, let's implement these programs universally so that all youth can take advantage of them and be positively impacted by them. If these programs are mostly effective for youth at high risk, but not so much at lower risk, then let's implement these programs selectively. Let's implement those programs that are going to be effective for those youth at higher risk, the selected and indicated populations. However, if we do end up finding that a preventive intervention is mostly effective for youth who are at the lowest levels of risk, then we might not want to implement those. We might want to put our resources toward implementing programs that are going to affect the kids who need them the most. So what we want to see are these programs that have compensatory effects on youth with lower levels of executive function, not on those youth who have the greatest executive function proficiency. All right. So that's my conversation for today. Thanks for having me here. Here's my contact information. Like I said, I really enjoy talking about this stuff. So feel free to reach out and feel free to follow us on, I guess it's now called X and not Twitter, at CSU Prevention. Those are the 4 division directors at the Prevention Research Center. We have a division of Community University Partnerships, a division of Healthy Aging, a division of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, and then I direct the division of Healthy Schools. So what I will do right now is I will stop sharing and I'll open it up for questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nate. That was really awesome. I was just going to say before, there are a couple of questions in the Q&A, and if anybody else has any, pop them in there just now and I will get to them. I was just going to say, with your information slide, what I'll do is all these bits and pieces of information that everybody's been sharing, websites and contacts and all kinds of things, we'll put them in a single info sheet for the symposium. And again, we'll send it out to registered attendees. Is that a word I'm confirmed? So just in case anybody's going, oh, I missed it. So the first question actually came early in your talk, Nate, and from Ruth Thompson, who asked, does a 23 to 25-year-old who has autism have their prefrontal cortex develop more slowly?
That is a great question, and I wish that I had my director of intellectual and developmental disabilities here with me today. From what I understand, and this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is really in that universal school-based prevention space. But from what I understand, yes, there are differences structurally and functionally in the prefrontal cortex of young people with autism. And so we would want to be really careful. The implication for that for prevention is that we'd want to be really careful when implementing universal preventive interventions for populations with intellectual and developmental disabilities. That's not to say that they can't be effective for young people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In fact, I'm working with Dr. Deborah Fiedler, who's our director of our division for intellectual and developmental disabilities, and we have developed a parent-mediated executive function intervention for young people with Down syndrome. And so she's the expert in the developmental etiology of executive function in young people with Down syndrome, and so she has developed a really incredible program that is specific for young people with Down syndrome. And I would just reiterate that I would be careful about implementing universal preventive interventions for young people with brain differences.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, Nate. I think, again, it's not an area of expertise for me either, but my assumption would be the differences in development are also going to correspond to the severity of someone's autism spectrum diagnosis. So where they are on the spectrum, and also the types of symptoms that they individually experience as part of that diagnosis. So you might find that for some young people, kind of development of parts of the brain that are important for social cognition or theory of mind or mirror systems, those kinds of things might be more affected in some than others. And there's going to be a lot of variability in that population, would be my assumption. You have 2 questions from Alexa, almost called you Alex, Romberg. well, she says a fantastic talk, and I said, what information do you have about the cultural appropriateness of EF assessments for children coming from different cultural backgrounds? That's question one.
Okay. Yeah, again, that's a really great question. I would say that whenever we are testing preventive interventions, we want to make sure, and implementing preventive interventions, we want to make sure that they are culturally responsive. So there's the prevention piece to it. And you can go to the Prevention Research Center's website, and we have some research to practice tools that talk about how to make how to make adaptations to evidence-based prevention programs based upon best practices. And so feel free to go to the Prevention Center website, but that's more about the implementation of evidence-based programs. What you're referring to is the measurement, the cultural appropriateness or responsivity of measurement, executive function measurement. And I'm not aware of any work that has tested the validity of executive function measures across cultures. That's not to say that it doesn't exist somewhere, but I just haven't seen it. And I think where that could be really important, or where I could see that having a real impact, is in these behavioral inventories of executive function, and how the wording of those behavioral inventories may impact the validity of those measures across cultures. I'd have to think about it more with the behavioral tasks. It looks like Denny has a.
Please continue your thought.
No, I was trying to think. I was just thinking it probably would have more of an effect, a potential influence on those behavioral reports of executive function, rather than, and maybe less of an impact on the task batteries, just because the ways that those survey items can be phrased or written. That might be specific to more of a majority population than a non-majority population. That's my initial.
I'll give you the second part of Alexa's question, and it kind of relates to some of the things you're saying. So the first part is what about the cultural appropriateness, but then how can we use EF as an outcome or moderator measure without that kind of subpopulation validation, when we're often looking to design interventions that benefit populations that often haven't participated as much in clinical.
I know. So I think this is an issue for behavioral science and prevention science, generally speaking. I think that we really need to make sure that our assessments are culturally responsive and testing the validity across cultures. And I'm sure that there are folks that are involved in that type of methodological inquiry. It's just I haven't seen a ton of it, if any of it, in the executive function space, and it could have implications on the validity of our models, both, I guess, outcome mediational and moderation. So I think that's an opportunity for some good work moving forward. That's a great point, Alexa.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the CANTAB folks and people who use the CANTAB battery, the Cambridge Automated Neuropsychological Test something, have done a lot of this testing. And the less verbal requirements that are embedded in the platform, the more culturally generalizable it is and sensitive it is. It comes in, 30 different languages. So they've been able to do a lot of that cross-culturally. Of course, there are segments within cultures, even just going into a state in the US, and you find so many different, rural, urban, et cetera, that might accommodate these differently. And those contextual factors and societal factors need to be taken into account in terms of how we interpret the ability to perform some of these tests. But they've been, as closely sanitized, if you will, as you can get. And they have done cross-cultural studies to try and flesh some of this out. So it's just something to look at. They have a great literature, repository on their website.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We exactly at 2:30. Thank you again, Nate. I think we've answered all the questions there. And again, I had questions, but I'll just ask you guys later.
That sounds good.
So we are moving on to our last, but by no means least, speaker of the day, Dr. Judy Cameron. Thank you, Judy, for hanging in with us all day. Dr. Cameron is a professor of psychiatry, neuroscience, behavioral and community health sciences, obstetrics, gynecology, and reproductive sciences. Oh, I've lost it today. And the Clinical Translational Science Institute at the University of Pittsburgh. She's currently a member of the National Scientific Council on the Developing Child at Harvard, and the Scientific Council of the Child Mind Institute in New York. Dr. Cameron's research focuses on the effects of everyday life stresses on behavioral development and long-term health. Her areas of interest in her lab include identification of factors that lead to stress sensitivity versus stress resilience, and lifestyle factors that improve brain health by impacting neuroplasticity during development and aging. Dr. Cameron is the founder and the director of Working for Kids, Building Skills trademark, and I'll share the link for that with you all in the chat, which is a novel community-based educational program that teaches the fundamentals of brain development to those who work with children and adolescents at a community level. Working for Kids has won several innovation awards. Congratulations, Dr. Cameron, as well as from in Pittsburgh, as well as from the National Science Foundation. And the newest materials they've produced are visual novels for adolescents that strengthen decision-making skills. And today, Dr. Cameron is going to speak to us about prevention interventions to strengthen children's abilities to thrive, even in the face of life's adversities. Over to you, Judy.
Thank you. I'm really delighted to be here. And I was thinking, okay, I'm all the way at the end of the day. But after listening to all of the talks, I think it's actually a perfect position to be in. I am not trained as a prevention scientist. I'm trained as a neuroscientist. And for the last few decades, I've really studied how activities that individuals are doing change brain development. Much of my research has used non-human primates who have cortices, very much like humans. And we've been able to look at the neural mechanisms that experiences shape. And so what I'm going to do today is build, I think, very nicely on what Nathaniel just talked about. I'm going to talk about why do experiences that kids have such a great impact? Why do they really have a profound effect? And you'll see that it's because they target many mechanisms for changing brain development. But like everybody else who's talked today, after working in this area for a number of years, we became really, really interested in prevention. And so I'll finish by showing a series of experiments that we've done to see if we can develop some prevention strategies based on what we understood from our neuroscience experiments. So I'm going to just get going here. I have to declare my conflict of interest. We do have an educational company that produces educational materials on how to teach the public about brain development. I will talk about several things that we've developed, but everything I'll talk about today is available for free. So I'm going to start this talk by talking about the foundations of lifelong health and what experiences kids are having early in life. And of course, as you know, having listened to all of the talks that came before me today, and this is data from the Folletti study, the original ACEs study, the kids that have experienced adverse experiences early in life have a big increase in adult substance abuse. And I really liked what Nathaniel said, substance misuse. I would love to use that term too. And what's really profound, as you can see on these graphs, is the more experiences you've had, and these are different types of adverse experiences, the greater the risk of alcoholism or the greater the risk of illicit drugs. Now, of course, we all know that it isn't just an impact on substance abuse. You see this on almost everything. So the more adversity that kids experience, the greater the number of developmental delays they display. As they get older, the greater the propensity to have psychiatric illnesses like depression or anxiety. As they get into adulthood, the greater the risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, obesity, even arthritis. And health is tremendously impacted by early adverse experiences. So how does this happen? Well, Working for Kids Building Skills tries to talk about these issues to the public. We go out into communities. We are often in communities that have very little education, are experiencing a lot of stress, a lot of poverty. And if we start talking to them about how experiences change brain development, they just look at us like we're from Mars. That doesn't come across well. And so we've developed some stories that we use to engage people. And I'm going to quickly tell you about this story. Now, you'll recognize this work. This is work by Huttenlocher in the early 1990s, looking at the increase in children's vocabulary size over the second year of life, from 12 months to 24 months. And these are data points on her slide. But we don't start by talking about that. We start by talking about these two little boys. This little boy, Damien's mother, is a hairdresser. And we tell the story that if you've ever been to a hairdresser, the hairdresser will talk to you pretty much the whole time they're cutting your hair. And Damien's mother's just like that. She's very talkative. And when Damien is born, she talks to him nonstop. Her friends make fun of her because he can't respond back when he's a little baby, but she continues to do it. And the end effect is that he has heard a lot of speech early in life. Now, he starts talking at about the same time all other children start talking, somewhere around 12 months of age. But you'll see that the increase in vocabulary is quite profound over the second year of life, so that by the time he's 2, he's expected to have about 600 words in his vocabulary. His next door neighbor here is Brian, and Brian's mother actually has more education than Damien's mother. She's a dental hygienist. She's a quiet individual, and you can't really talk to a dental hygienist while you're having your teeth cleaned. Your mouth is wide open. She doesn't talk a lot to Brian as he is a baby because he can't talk back, but she figures she'll start communicating when he talks to her. He starts talking at about the same time, but he's been exposed to much less vocabulary and much less talking, especially personally, right to him. And he's expected to have about 150 words in his vocabulary. Now, when we talk to the public about this, they often say, so no big deal. They're 2 years old. Brian will just catch up to the level Damien is at. But these are trajectory lines, and we have the science behind this to show that a child on this trajectory line will never catch up. And that's because hearing all that language has changed the brain pathways that are used for language. This type of story doesn't have any repercussions. You can show people the work from the ACEs study, and you could use that as an example, but there are stigmas about having faced early life stress. starting by convincing them that experiences actually can change brain development with a non-stigmatizing story, we think is very important to get them to be open to the ideas that experience matters. I then usually move to this slide and I warn them, you have a neuroscientist here talking to you. And this slide just is a drawing of neurons in a brain area at birth. These same neurons, but with a lot more connections at 3 years of life in this brain area and at 14 years of life. And what you see is that the brain makes tons of connections during development. It doesn't make new cells in most parts of the brain. It makes connections. And then I use my hands to demonstrate this. I say, if these are 2 brain cells, they're right here in my brain. What happens is genetics tells them to start developing, and they sprout connections. Neuroscientists call them synapses, but we can just call them connections, and they connect to each other. That's what you're seeing in the middle panel. But some of the connections get pruned away, and some of the connections stay strong and permanent. What determines which ones get pruned away and which ones stay? That's 100% experiences. The connections that get used the most are the ones that stay. So you can see that the activities that a child is doing really play an incredibly important role in shaping what brain pathways we have in our heads. I then, just like the speakers that came before me, and Nathaniel did a great job talking about this, talk about the time course of building brain pathways, and that they're different for different parts of the brain. So sensory pathways start making connections. The upward swing here connotes making connections, and the downward swing connotes pruning. Now, the period of time that is most responsive to experiences is during pruning, because synapses or connections kind of come and go. But if you're using a connection a lot, you're going to not prune as much as if you aren't. So having experiences that use sensory pathways in the first year of life will leave you with very strong sensory pathways. Language is making pathways up until about the middle of the first year of life, and then the pruning process lasts until around 7 years of age. And higher cognitive function, these are the executive functions that Nathaniel talked about, as well as your ability to cognitively understand things, are forming over the first 11 or 12 years of life. And as he said, the pruning goes on over the first 25 years. So this long period is going to be really important for trying to give kids experiences that strengthen executive function pathways. I'm going to turn to a video now that will just summarize the impact of experiences on pathway development. Just a 1.5-minute video.
A child's experiences during the earliest years of life have a lasting impact on the architecture of the developing brain. Genes provide the basic blueprint, but experiences shape the process that determines whether a child's brain will provide a strong or weak foundation for all future learning, behavior, and health. During this important period of brain development, billions of brain cells called neurons send electrical signals to communicate with each other. These connections form circuits that become the basic foundation of brain architecture. Circuits and connections proliferate at a rapid pace and are reinforced through repeated use. Our experiences and environment dictate which circuits and connections get more use. Connections that are used more grow stronger and more permanent, Meanwhile, connections that are used less fade away through a normal process called pruning. Well-used circuits create lightning-fast pathways for neural signals to travel across regions of the brain. Simple circuits form first, providing a foundation for more complex circuits to build on later. Through this process, neurons form strong circuits and connections for emotions, motor skills, behavioral control, logic, language, and memory during the early critical period of development. With repeated use, these circuits become more efficient and connect to other areas of the brain more rapidly. While they originate in specific areas of the brain, the circuits are interconnected. You can't have one type of skill without the others to support it. Like building a house, everything is connected, and what comes first forms a foundation for all that comes later.
So, as we had in the question session earlier in the morning, what is the role of parents or caregivers in general? Stable, caring relationships play an incredibly important role in shaping children's brain development and governing what experiences they have. A caregiver starts when a child is very young by looking directly at them, by interacting with them, getting them to pay attention to what they're saying, to facial expressions. That form of one-on-one communication is strongly controlled by caregivers. Caregivers go on and play important roles in introducing children to things in life and cognitive learning. If it is done well and it's fun, as Nathaniel said, then children will do it themselves, even when they don't have adults around. And they will grow up and have many skills. But those stable, caring relationships are incredibly important. We'll watch another 1-minute video to summarize this.
The key to forming strong brain architecture is what's known as serve and return interaction with adults. In this developmental game, new neural connections form in the brain as young children instinctively serve through babbling, facial expressions, and gestures. And adults return the serve, responding in a very directed, meaningful way. It starts very early in life when a baby coos and the adult interacts and directs the baby's attention to a face or hand. This interaction forms the foundation of brain architecture upon which all future development will be built. It helps create neural connections between all the different areas of the brain, building the emotional and cognitive skills children need in life. For example, here's how it works for literacy and language skills. When the baby sees an object, the adult says its name. This makes connections in the baby's brain between particular sounds and their corresponding objects. Later, adults show young children that those objects and sounds can also be represented by marks on a page. With continued support from adults, children then learn how to decipher writing and eventually to write themselves. Each stage builds on what came before. Ensuring that children have adult caregivers who consistently engage in serve and return interaction, beginning in infancy, builds a foundation in the brain for all the learning, behavior, and health that follow.
So these videos that I've just shown you were produced by the National Scientific Council on the Developing Child. It is a group out of Harvard University. I've been a founding member of this group that tries to develop freely available information for the public that teaches about brain development. And I spent several years working on developing these videos and felt very proud of myself. I thought, okay, we're really going to get the message out there. And they've been downloaded hundreds of thousands of times. They're really effective for getting the message out to well-educated people who will go find a video and will watch it. We were really shocked to find that it's almost impossible to get people that are living in stressed environments that really need this information to watch videos. It just wouldn't work, and they didn't do it, even if it's a 1-minute or a 2-minute video. So we've developed a new strategy for teaching people about brain development. We take pictures of what different parts of the brain do. This back part of the brain controls vision. This part of the brain controls communication skills, emotion, motor skills, and these executive function or higher order cognitive skills. And then we make it an activity that people can actually participate in. And we think that participatory learning is incredibly important to really reach people where they're at. And so we give them yarn and we say, okay, let's think, what activities would you do with your child to strengthen reading skills? The blue yarn represents reading skills. Most people will say, well, I would read to my child. And we let them make one loop to connect visual pathways that you use for reading to communication pathways. But then we tell them it takes doing those activities thousands and thousands of times to strengthen a brain pathway. So you have to do more than just reading. What else are you going to do to improve reading skills rather than you just reading to the child? Sometimes they'll say, well, I'll take them to the library. We let them make another loop. Could you read at a time where you're not sitting with a book? Well, I'd have them read recipes or boxes while I'm cooking dinner. I'd have them read signs while I'm driving. We start to get them to think about the fact that you need to get kids to do that activity again and again if you want to strengthen it. With the red yarn, we talk about the fact that things that kids do again and again are going to strengthen brain pathways, whether the adults want them to do them or not. And usually when you're talking to a group of parents, they'll say, oh yes, my kids do plenty of things over and over again that I wish they didn't do. So we talk about a child growing up in a household with experiencing an angry adult, and they become very good at recognizing anger. Most kids will get out of the way. They'll go outside, they'll go to their room. If they can't physically leave, they'll mentally leave. But they know that when they see anger, they don't want to be the brunt of it. So this is a very protective mechanism for children. How often does it occur? Kids growing up with angry adults experience it thousands and thousands of times. And so they have a strong brain pathway. These areas are forming in the first 5 years of life, as are these brain pathways. So experiencing anger a lot in the first 5 years of life leads to a strong pathway for that. Now, we're really lucky that those executive function and frontal cortex circuits form until you're about 25 years of age. They're mainly inhibitory in nature, and they control or modulate every other brain area. And so we tell a story of the fact that it may be protective for a young child growing up in a household with somebody showing a lot of anger to develop a strong brain pathway that has them get out of the way. But when they're older, when they're in school, maybe high school, or and you can kind of pick any older age, it's not so good if a child leaves if they sense somebody's angry. Very unfortunately, in Pittsburgh, we had an incident several years ago where a teenager was stopped by a police. He got out of the car and he just ran away when he saw the police, was very angry. He didn't stop when he was told to stop. And unfortunately, he was shot. And one wonders, well, he must have been guilty if he ran away. But in fact, you can see that he maybe had very strong brain pathways for running away. What you want to do with kids that have grown up with those circumstances is develop ways to teach them to recognize anger and that it's not directed at them. Somebody that's angry when they're older may be trying to help them. So reevaluate the emotion and then reconsider the action that you're doing. The killer here is that you have to use these pathways thousands of times to get them strengthened. And it is very difficult to develop programs, as you've heard by everybody speaking ahead of me, that will develop these pathways marked in orange here thousands of times so they really become strong. So I've just talked about the fact that early life stresses impact lifelong health. And something that we want to remember is that stresses are cumulative over time because they're going to have the greatest impact on the circuits that are forming at the time the stress is experienced. They're embedded during sensitive periods. So if you experience some stress here in early childhood, other stresses as you move into middle childhood, different circuits are going to be affected because the child is doing different things. So stress is cumulative over time. We've already talked about the fact that it shapes brain architecture, what the child is doing, and they're going to be doing something different if they're in a stressed environment than if they're not. Shapes brain architecture. But it also changes gene expression in the brain. It also changes hormone secretion in response to stress, and it changes the way we see the world. And I'm going to quickly just summarize these ideas for you. So how does early experience alter gene expression and shape development? We're looking at a child's brain, and we have a blowup of a neuron in their brain. And what we find is that that neuron has a nucleus, the DNA is in that nucleus, and genes are expressed in that DNA. When kids experience experiences, they cause lasting signatures, chemical signatures on the genes. So any external experience, and each experience will affect different neurons and lead to different signals, leads to the production of gene regulatory proteins. These gene regulatory proteins move inside the nucleus and they turn genes on or turn genes off. And so the experiences you have not only shape the architecture, they change which genes are activated in neurons. And that has a very lasting impact. Hormone response to stress includes things like cortisol, epinephrine, norepinephrine. You can see in this graph that you're looking at cortisol levels in middle-income children versus children living in poverty. There's a chronic increase in cortisol, epinephrine, norepinephrine. We know a lot now about how these hormones can actually bind to receptors in the brain and change neuronal activity. And then lastly, I just want to summarize work from Seth Pollack in Wisconsin, who did a really beautiful behavioral study a few years back, looking at how adverse early life experiences change how you see the world. So what he did is he took faces of people. This man, for example, made a happy face here and a fearful face there. He fed these two faces into the computer and then let the computer generate rest of these faces. So this face has 10% of pixels from the happy face and 90% of pixels from the fearful face. That means that at the 50% point, that's exactly half pixels from one expression and another. That's where the expression changes. He brought normally developing children into his lab and who had not experienced early life stress, and said, where does this picture change from angry to fearful or angry to sad? And they were super good at picking the 50% point. But when he invited children in that had experienced early life anger, like what we just talked about, they said the faces are angry all the way to here, and then they become fearful or sad. They were super good at recognizing anger. So think about what that means. You not only have a different brain architecture, different gene expression, different hormone secretion, but you see more anger in the world every day of your life because you've become particularly tuned in to recognizing the facial expressions of anger. These four mechanisms add together to have profound effects on health, as we talked about at the beginning. So what this symposium is all about today is, can we prevent long-term health impacts of early life stress and neglect? Our conceptual framework is the programs that support parenting education, sound nutrition, stimulating experiences, health promoting environments will push a child's health trajectory upward, whereas adversity will push it downward and will lead to impaired health and development, or what we've been focusing on today, substance misuse. What we really want to do is we'd love to be able to put in preventative interventions that would help block this effect of adversity. And we know from all the work that Nathaniel went through with you, and I won't go back through that, that things that build resilience include executive function and self-regulation skills. Things like teaching children how to focus their attention, problem solving, planning ahead, behavior regulation, controlling impulses, and adjusting to new circumstances. But I'm very grateful that Nathaniel pointed out that these work best. You just heard a review of prevention strategies. Do they work? They work best if they're enjoyable. And so what we've done in our lab over the last 5 years is try to develop fun game. Oh, I'm just going to go back. I'm sorry. Fun game-like activities. And the first is the First Pathways game. This is a freely available app for Android and Apple phones. It is a series of 250 games for kids from birth to 8 years of age. Each game strengthens a particular subset of skills. So an example of a game would be building a home, and this is designed for 3 to 4-year-olds. So give your child some pipe cleaners and straws, ask them to make an animal out of them, and then have them build a home for the animal. What skills are being strengthened? Fine motor skills, problem-solving skills, communication skills, early science learning. They're also thinking about using those frontal pathways to think about this animal. What kind of a home do they need? So a higher order problem solving skill. We have in this game, it's available on your phone as an app. You get a game in a written form, but we've found very much that it's important to also visually give a little video of the game so that people can do the game.
See the toy. Hold a bright item that your baby will want to touch just out of their reach, and then let them try to grab it. If your baby can't reach yet, still try to keep their eyes focused on the cool object. This will exercise your baby's hand-eye coordination and build their motor skill pathways.
Okay, so you've heard today that it's really important. If you're trying to put preventative interventions in place, you need to collect data and see if they're really effective. And we've just finished a study that started during COVID, unfortunately, but has just finished up with 100 children that were using social services that would provide food, clothing to underserved communities. This work was done in collaboration with Nicole Letourneau at Calgary and her doctoral student, Jelena Komanchek. What we did is we took those 100 children that were 0 to 3 years of age. We collected baseline information before they started the study. So demographic information, we gave an ACE survey, we looked at developmental skills using the ages and stages questionnaires, and we looked at parent depressive symptoms. We also videotaped the children and parents playing together several times so that we could use the parent-child interaction quality scale to look at parent-child interactions more objectively, and simple interactions looking at reciprocity, the rapport or serve and return relationship between parents and children. We then randomized the children into 50 who had the first pathways intervention. For the first month of this, they received daily reminders. And then in the second month, the daily reminders stopped. We had 50 in the waitlist control. We were going to give them access to the game and did after the end of the 2-month study. We looked at them at 1 month and at 2 months. So what did we find? Well, we recommended that they play the game every day. So that would be about 28 times in a 1-month period. During the first month, the average amount of play was 20 times, and they would receive little text messages that were friendly and upbeat that would just say, remember, play the First Pathways game. The First Pathways game helps your child build skills. But very unfortunately, when the messaging stopped, we saw that play stopped in a very large number of the children in this study. We then looked at what was the total amount of playing the First Pathways game. And the child that played the most actually played 117 times in 2 months. So they played way more than once a day, and they continued to play throughout the entire study. The top quartile of players went from 37 times playing the game to 117. In this study, the game would record that they were playing. The bottom quartile played 0 to, everybody played 1 time, 1 to 9 times. So they played very little. Really interestingly, what we found is if we looked at the difference between the top quartile and the bottom quartile, the ones that played the most had an improvement in the parent-child interaction scale on the child score. So how attentive the child was to the adult. Now we know that more parent-child interaction and the higher quality it is, the better children do with all their learning skills. There's a very good literature on this showing they'll improve cognitive skills, social emotional skills, executive function skills. So This was a very exciting finding, but we had a lot of people who didn't play in the top quartile, not that many times. We then asked, what are the predictors of playing? Because if you played a lot, you had a really fantastic outcome. Well, month 1 play predicted month 2 play fairly well. We also found that there were some other things that played a role. Parents who were married or cohabiting had children that played more in the first month. Unmarried parents had children who played less in the first month. So because 1 month play predicts second month play, you would really like to get individuals playing a lot right away when you introduce the prevention. We showed, and this is very similar to what Nathaniel showed, was the children experiencing less adversity are ones that played more in month 1. It's the opposite of what you really wish for. You wish the children that experienced less adversity would play, but there were children experiencing more adversity or a medium amount of adversity that played a medium amount of times. Nevertheless, it goes to show you you're going to have to spend extra time with audiences that are facing a lot of adversity. The quality of the serve and return interaction before the game was played made a big difference. The top quartile that were more interactive played the game more than parents and children who were less interactive. So what did we learn from this? We think we learned some really important principles for prevention studies. The first, pathways dosage matters. How much people use the intervention makes a big difference. Daily reminders matter because kids who got daily reminders, kids and parents, use the intervention more than in the second month when they didn't. And early intervention uptake predicted long-term use. The individuals who played a lot in the second month were the ones who played the most in the first month. So trying to get uptake of interventions early, we think is critically important. We're now using this game in 4 new studies. We're in the middle of these studies and we're very interested. We're trying to give daily reminders throughout. We're working extra hard to get individuals to use the intervention early. And we'll see if we get more solid outcomes. We've also gone on and developed games that are for teenagers. And the one that we've made freely available is a visual novel. A digital visual novel is a visual novel you can access on your phone. In this case, we have a series of teen characters. When you first start the book, you put in your name and you become a character in the novel. And these teens go through experiences that everyday teenagers go through, which includes exposure to the ability to use substances. And we're looking at their decision-making skills. Each time the reader reaches a decision point, they have to use a decision-making game tool to help them make the decision. So it's fun to use, and we're hoping that they'll keep reading the book. We've actually written 3 of these books because, again, to really strengthen those brain pathways, you have to get people to use those pathways thousands of times. It really needs to be fun. So I hope that this is built very much on what you learned earlier in the day. I thank you for having me at this symposium, and I'm very easy to reach.
Thank you so much, Judy. That was really interesting. It's open for questions. If anybody has additional questions to put in the Q&A, I'm just checking the chat as well. Kathleen Herzaya, again, hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Her question did come in a little kind of maybe about 2/3 of the way through your talk, but she'd asked, is there a program that helps are there programs that help parents to do serve and return or other protective activities? So I know that you talked about the serve and return, that interactive capability, those interactions between parents and kids as an outcome to any of the programs, I guess. I'm hoping this is your question, Kathleen. Do they specifically target the interactions as opposed to seeing how the interactions change, maybe?
Yeah, so the First Pathways game, like I said, has 250 activities. The game is completely freely available. Anybody can download it on whatever kind of phone they have. You can, it's a game, so you spin a wheel and a game comes up. You can choose to play it or not. Many of the games at each age category are designed to improve parent-child interactions. Every single game is for caregivers to do with children. They are not for children to do by themselves. So our finding, and many other people's findings over the last couple decades of research, is the more fun activities that caregivers do with children, the better the parent-child interaction. So because we developed that game, we of course suggest that game, but we also suggest, just in general, if there are activities that your child or children that are in your studies or in your environment like to do, getting caregivers to do those activities with them. Again, you have to do them a lot of times in order to shape brain development, but the funner they are for both the caregiver and the child, the better the outcome will be.
Thank you, Judy. Any other questions from I have a question if nobody else does, but I just open up to the panel. Danny, you look like you have a burning question.
I always do. Judy, that was excellent. Thank you so much. So it's, sort of in some ways similar to what Donna presented, what you're talking about are things that are practices that we want people to incorporate into their daily lives in interaction between adults and children, all adults, all those that take care of children, caregivers, teachers, parents, primary care physicians, pediatricians, etc. So we want all adults influential in their lives to practice some of these, serve and return kinds of practices. And to me, this is what's so important, and it's a way of normalizing prevention. It puts it into the water supply as opposed to a program here and a program there. And so, these normalization practices, I just think, can be really instrumental in having, like I said before, with Donna's talk and others, that, to really have population level effects. If we could get that uptake, scale it, and help people to resonate with it and understand the value and the purpose. And along those lines, I'm very enamored of the abecedarian approach. And I'm wondering if you're familiar with it and what you think of it and how it kind of compares, in terms of teaching adults, influential in children's lives, ways of really nurturing the learning process and the uptake of information and the formation of relationships and that sort of thing.
I am a big fan of that. Another a focus of working for kids, besides what I focused on, kind of these prevention interventions specifically for this talk, but is to teach in a palatable way that seems easy to grasp. How do you actually improve interactions? How do you improve serve and return interactions? What do you do and why do they matter? How do you improve connection between individuals, that they're paying attention to each other and showing caring, because that's another aspect of things and inclusion. So I do think that those things are very important. It was interesting that you said that you really want your schools, your communities, everybody to be providing this type of intervention for children. And we spend a lot of time talking about something that'll seem surprising to you, probably. It did to me when we worked with Frameworks, a nonprofit in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, we work with them too.
Yeah, and they said, you know, you should use the word charging stations. Talk to people about the fact that your phone is incredibly useful, but it won't work unless it's charged. And get them to understand that each of us, each individual, needs things that recharge us so that we can go on and do things that are like, children are exactly the same. So think about individual charging stations. So people, when I'm talking to them, say, walking my dog is a charging station, and taking a bath and taking a walk and so on and so forth. And then get them to go broader and think about community charging stations. Community charging stations are things in the community that provide that reinvigoration, that support for multiple people. And so schools are an incredible charging station for children. They are learning, but hopefully they're surrounded by adults that are very nurturing and caring. Many schools, especially in underserved areas, will provide breakfasts. So they're providing needed things. Incredible charging station. Sports teams can be charging stations. You're not only learning a sport, but much more importantly, you have fun people to interact with that care about who you are. Libraries are great charging stations, and you can go on and on with this. I think the difficulty is getting people to recognize that they don't have to do everything themselves. If you're working with people that are in a really tough, stressed situation, and you say, your child needs to have positive experiences, they're like, oh, I have to do something else. But they don't have to do it all by themselves. They can use charging stations that are in their communities so that their children get all the experiences they need, and it doesn't have to be a burden just on the caregiver. And I think that's an incredibly important message to be giving.
You're great.
Thank you so much, Judy. There's another brief question in the Q&A, which is there a link to the teen games that's available?
Yeah, it's also a free app. So you can go to, you just type in Abington High Homecoming, and it should come up and you can have the whole game. So what we have been finding in the preliminary studies, we're still right in the middle of doing the first studies with that app to see if it actually improves decision-making skills and improves decision-making under difficult circumstances, such as when kids face bullying, when kids face the availability of substances and could use substances, when they're facing situations where they could become pregnant. And we've tried to include the kinds of things that you really want to give them skills to make good decisions about. What we find is that many times kids who read the book will make some decisions, and then they'll reread the book and make different decisions. And we're like ecstatic about that, because remember, the whole reason for trying to give them an intervention that's fun is so that they will make decisions again and again, because in order to improve those skills, they're going to have to use those brain circuits over and over. So our early data is exciting, but it's early still.
So you preempted what was it? I have like preempted my questions. taking the words out my mouth, Denny. But that was my question for you, Julie, was whether you guys had any outcome data yet from the app. And I'd also be curious to know if you guys have, given that, again, one of our big focuses here is kind of on these neural mediators and moderators of these effects, and obviously what your outcomes are hopefully reliant on, or we think they're reliant on, are those changes at the level of brain. Do you guys have any plans to do imaging work around the app to look at?
We have not designed any studies with imaging, in part because we're always working in communities that have very, very low resources. But one thing about having something that's fun is that you can get a very large number of kids to participate. So you can get hundreds or thousands, and then you can collect data ahead of time through things like questionnaires. Imaging could certainly be done, but it would mean you'd have to have them near an imaging facility, and in the communities we're in, we frequently are not anywhere near an imaging facility, and it's hard to get them to want to come to a research setting. So we haven't gotten that direction, but I think this idea of looking at moderators and mediators is really important. And we have done that in some of our previous studies with the Working for Kids trainings, where we've had hundreds of participants. To our shock, we found that sleep turned out to be an incredibly important mediator of the impact of poverty on virtually every single outcome. And the reality was 79% of kids in these communities under the age of 5 were getting insufficient sleep. 79%. That's a huge problem. And so we've actually developed a sleep education module. And, you know, I think trying to understand mechanisms is incredibly important. It starts to tell you why are some prevention mechanisms working and other interventions not working. You've got to look at what are the moderators and what are the mediators.
Also, I think Danny alluded to this earlier, it's certainly come up through the other talks. It's also about the who specifically is amenable to certain types of intervention. So to come back to Nate's talk, are there some kids that are more susceptible or amenable to the socio-emotional learning skills in order to prove outcomes, some who are more susceptible to the executive control functions, and others who need both components, right? And I do wonder with you, I mean, I think the app thing is really wonderful, and I wonder if there are some, again, if there are some kind of person-centered analyses that you can do that dictate or give you some idea about what kinds of kids really are responding. So who are those kids who are playing the app 2 times, 5 times, 10 times, and then are changing their behaviors? Who plays it 100 times and barely changes their behavior? And can we predict who those are, and would understand on the brain stuff underneath it help us navigate some of that? I was just going to say that Ty added in the comments in the chat that something like portable EEG might be, or even Phoneers, I guess, might be another one, but then you're kind of limited in terms of where in the brain you're getting.
Yeah, no, that is very true. So to get back though to your comment, I think that's really important, and we are in all of our studies with younger kids using the ages and stages questionnaires, so that we have, before we start, at least some sense of what their various skills are. What are their communication skills? What are their sensory skills, motor skills, social emotional development? And then looking after the intervention to see, could we predict who would respond? I think it's too early for us to say at this point. We did show you, and I showed you a graph, that the caregiver children duos that had better serve and return relationships were ones that ended up using the intervention more, and the children showed an improvement in attentiveness to the caregiver cues. So that's good. And there's not a strong correlation between being in poverty, for example, and the quality of servant-return relationships. Plenty of people living in really stressed situations have good relationships with their children. So it doesn't mean that if you're in a stressed environment, you're going to be low on that scale. We've not actually, in any of our studies, found a correlation between poverty or low education of the parent or the parent experiencing more ACEs and the quality of parent-child interactions. So that's hopeful.
Super hopeful. And I think, again, especially as we think about poverty as a risk factor, is so huge and multifaceted that it often feels difficult to tackle. And sometimes teasing out these kind of more malleable parts of the experience of poverty, knowing that something that's highly protective and that exists within families who do experience poverty is high levels of positive social interactions between parents and kids.
Yeah. And so when we actually model this, and in the work we've done that where we have started to look at moderators and mediators, we show kind of the independent effects of sleep. Sleep has huge effects on all of these outcomes, but parent-child interactions has huge effects too, and they are independent effects. And so I think for the field, it's exciting because it says, okay, we could improve sleep, and we could improve parent-child interactions, and we have 2 inroads into trying to prevent things here.
So we are at time, everybody. Thank you so much, Judy, for such a lovely talk and interesting conversation. I'm just going to do a couple of finishing up points. I don't know if Denny or Ty or Judy had any last comments or things for the people who have hung out with us all day and hung into the very end with us.
Nothing other than we appreciate it and all the interest in this topic.
Yeah, for sure. Posted a couple of things in the chat. Again, Alexa sent some links to some NIDA sponsored and affiliated events, including the Frontiers in Addiction Science mini symposium that comes up just before SFN, if I'm right. It's about a week or so before it. Virtual event. I've posted that link in the chat. There was also a link for an ABCD innovations meeting that's coming up in March that's open to the general public. So whether you're an academic or one of our community or education folks or policy people, that's there as well. As I said, will put together a sheet of all these different bits and pieces of information that we've come up and things that people have shared, their papers and things. We'll send that out. We will also send out the link to the recording. So please feel free to share it widely with your friends and colleagues who you think will also be interested in the talks. And otherwise, anything else, my contact information was in the registration, so you know where to find me, everybody. But just thank you so much to our speakers for such wonderful talks all day. It hasn't felt like 6 hours, which I think is a really good thing. It's gone by quickly. But everybody did such a beautiful job. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for being here, and take care, everybody. We'll hopefully see you all at something soon.